Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into rural housing and second dwellings reform. My name is John Ruddock, and I'm the chair of the committee. And I'd like to acknowledge that the reason why we've had our second inquiry here at the Tweed is that we had so many submissions. So we're here to listen and to learn and to refine our findings. Can I ask everybody in the room to please turn off their mobile phone to silent? Parliamentary privilege does apply to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses may say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Now we have our first two witnesses, so welcome and thank you for making time to give us evidence. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and to swear either an oath or affirmation.
My name is Peter Bennett. I represent the Talcon District Community Association. Want me to affirm now?
Yes, please.
I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Craig Huff. I chair the Far North Coast branch of the New South Wales Farmers Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, you're both invited to make an opening statement. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Huff, whoever.
First point. I did provide a copy of the land zonings in the Shire. And I'd like those to be available for reference.
Thank you.
First statement is that I'd really appreciate it if the inquiry could actually ask the relevant minister to defer any further work on the current development control plan that is being put forward by the Tweed Shire Council regarding rural land housing until after the inquiry has received or made its own response to the matter. Proceeding with it at the moment would just be a waste of time if the inquiry actually comes up with something that the council won't abide. The second thing is that I have an amendment to the submission I put in. On the second page, I refer to the land size as being 420. It should be 450. We've since had a meeting and discussed that. And the size coverage should be reduced from 5 to 3% at the bottom of the second page. So 450 rather than 420, gone from 5 down to 3%. And then I'd like to thank you, Mr. Ruddock, and the Upper House for the inquiry. The Tweed has the worst housing situation in New South Wales, if not Australia. And there's probably up to 1,600 people living in unapproved dwellings at the moment. We recommend that there's at least, I think I'd just stop it at that. There'll be enough coming from Craig, I think, as well. We both worked together on a range of issues in dealing with this matter over the last 15 years. And I think that between the two of us, we'll express enough concern about the failure for this council to provide second dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huff.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for coming here today. This inquiry really does mean a lot to local people, and we're genuinely grateful that you've made the effort to come to our region and hear our story firsthand. As I said, I chair the branch of the New South Wales Farmers Association. The late Cole Brooks and I spent on and off the better part of 10 years pushing and speaking up for rural housing reform in this area. I'm a sixth-generation farmer, with my kids now the seventh. Our family farmed for generations west of the Great Dividing Range before moving to the East Coast. Unfortunately, we didn't take on the old family place. We had to start again from scratch. So we know only too well the pressures and the costs that come with trying to establish and get up and going on a farm. I have a degree in economics and business and did some postgraduate work at UQ Gatton looking into the key drivers affecting farm viability. One of the clear things that came out of that was that scale, the the size of an operation is one of the biggest factors or variables that decide whether a farm stays viable. Farming on the East Coast is incredibly challenging when it comes to achieving scale. And as the terms of trade for agriculture decline, those challenges become more pronounced. It's increasingly difficult for farmers on the East Coast to remain viable. Government policies also have a lot to do with the viability of small agriculture and family farming enterprises. Every bit of red tape, every new compliance burden, every time responsibilities are pushed down from government onto small family farms, it takes its toll. Each one chips away at the viability of family farms like ours. Those pressures don't just make life harder, they end up pushing food production out of the hands of family farmers who take pride in the quality and nutrition of their food and into large corporatised agricultural operations that are concerned more with their bottom line. All we're asking is that government doesn't add any more weight to the backs of family farmers. Where possible, use the tools that are there, like rural housing reform, to help family-run farms stay sustainable and keep the next generation on the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll start off with a question to you, Mr Huff. So I understand that the local council recently had a motion put forward by Councillor Kimberly Hone, who I understand is with us today, and that was in favour of rural second dwellings being built. But are you confident that these changes can be successfully implemented via the LEP, or do you think the more realistic option here is to change the SEP?
Based on my observation over the last 15 years, I think the local council suffers badly from analysis paralysis. We've rolled off from having a rural land strategy that took quite a few years to put in place, that actually had a strategy for rural housing, which we as an association didn't necessarily agree with. And we have now a housing strategy. I think my concern is that while it's heading in a good direction, I think it could take forever to actually land houses on the ground. That's what is my observation and concern.
And now you're, besides being a landowner, Mr Huff, you're also, I understand, involved in the construction industry. How is the local construction industry going? Do you think if these reforms come in that it'll be a boost for them?
Yeah, I think, look, it's not something I'm involved in every day at the moment. I'm more focused on our farming operations, but I think there's certainly challenges with trade supplies, but I think the construction industry is bogged down in a lot of red and green tape, and I think that's why we possibly need more simple pathways to provide housing. And I think that's the feedback I get from many guys in the sector, that it's the red and green tape that they get bogged down in that actually burdens the output and getting houses completed.
Now, you represent the farmers, New South Wales farmers in this part of the world, and some critics of this proposal to liberalise the construction of second dwellings are saying it's going to be detrimental to our agricultural output. What's your view on that?
I welcome that question, because we've got to look at housing, and the alternative to putting a single dwelling on a farm, an additional dwelling on a farm which has a footprint of possibly 400 square metres, is to continue suburban or urban sprawl. And if you look at our local village that is 6 kilometres up the road from us, there's a proposed housing development over prime agricultural land there, which would be an urban development. And if you look at the output or the net yield of that development, my understanding is only 60% of an urban development actually gets utilised as a housing footprint, and 40% is taken up in roads, parks and footpaths. So when you look at the output of putting a single footprint additional dwelling on a farm, it's less impacting on agriculture. And I think you've got to also remember that the resource that an additional dwelling provides to a farm helps the sustainability and the production of output on that farm drastically. So I think it's a crazy argument to say that it will impact any agricultural production.
Thank you. Now, Mr Bennett, I understand that the local council did in 2013, they did amend the LEP so that there could be second dwellings constructed, but only if they are attached to the primary residence.
Yes.
That is correct. Okay. Now, has that, I mean, what are the negatives associated with that, and have many people taken up that option?
Does anybody have, I circulated this.
Yeah, we have it. Thank you.
If you have a look at that map, it shows that 90% of the population in the Shire lives in the white area on the far side, which is 10% of the land. On the dark coloured brown and the lighter coloured brown, that's the RU1 and RU2 properties. That's 90% of the land being taken up by 10% of the population. That's significant. The issue is that we're not using the land to its maximum advantage, particularly given the housing shortage that there is, by simply using 450 square metres of land on all of those properties, and there's 5,000 properties. We'd only be taking up 23 hectares of property. That would leave 97.3% of the area still available for agriculture. It's our proposal that, in fact, having a second dwelling, the total second dwelling occupying 180 square metres, and an average original home of 270 is 450. It's going to take up nothing in the Shire, leave the rest of the land perfectly acceptable as green or trees or what have you, but it's not going to take up anything. The point is that all that dark colour there is RU2, and RU2 is already been found not suitable for primary agricultural production. And the small amount that is lighter brown is all cane fields moving towards the coast. Now, the problem with that is the council moved a resolution for 10 hectares and above. Most of that white area is where the 10 hectares and above is. And they're on floodplains. So what we've done is we've got a resolution which is at least a move in the right direction. I commend the four brave councillors who managed to put it forward, that we actually have dwellings on properties, second dwellings on properties above 10 hectares. But unfortunately, most of them will be on a floodplain, which won't be allowed to be built. So that's just, shooting in the wind. You're wasting your time. The size of the area that is being occupied by houses would be less than 450 square metres, less than half a hectare. There's 100,000 or close to 100,000 hectares in the Shire. We're using 2,300 hectares out of virtually 100,000 hectares for housing. And that is so small, it's negative, it's nothing. And to obstruct it, and the problem is we don't know why they obstruct it. Under the engagement and participation thing, they're supposed to tell us why we can't have the land. And what it is you're chopping down trees. The sun's shining in the wrong direction. You haven't got it angled correctly. They are all superfluous, really dumb issues. The council has to defend, legally be forced to defend, the arbitrary decisions it makes to block people having second dwellings. We've got to have permission to have 450 square metres on any of those 5,000 properties, because that's how many make up that dark brown and the light brown there. That's it. There's only 2,300 places there that would actually get second dwellings on it. It's minuscule. The decisions that they've made just don't make any sense, and until they're forced to actually give objective decisions, the way the council defends it is, sorry, we'll put the brakes on, you put an application in to go, we'll fight you every inch of the way to stop you having a second dwelling, you've got to take us to court. The average person can't do it, but this council spends more money on litigation than it does on building roads.
Well, can I just stop you there? You're sure about that? Well, more on litigation than roads?
There's inquiry. They're looking into how much they're spending now on it. I don't think anybody's got a figure on how it is, but they really spend some money on litigation.
Well, it's appalling.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous. I mean, it really is. If they are forced to actually come up with objective information about why a house can't be built, and it's tested not by a court, but just simply being able to have that information in front of them, a person can make a decision whether they should be taken it to court. We don't get that. It's all superfluous type stuff. It's really airy-fairy. It doesn't have substance. But nobody can afford to take the council to court knowing full damn well the council will oppose it and knock them out of the ballpark before they even start the game. It's not fair. It really isn't. The obligation should be on council to provide the evidence beyond any shadow of a doubt that it really will cause the sort of damage that they're talking about. And that doesn't happen. And we don't have any, the average person doesn't have any means to be able to fight back. And they've been doing this for, as Craig has said, at least 15 years that we've been trying to get the changes here. The really sad part about it is 6 surrounding shires have all got it. They allow second dwellings detached on other properties, but this council doesn't. Now, the council does a really good job for about 85% of the time, but the second it gets into the rural area, it bogs down. And why? Because there's no money in it. There's no money, you don't get rates out of the second dwellings, so they'll have to change legislation to get second dwellings out of rural properties. It's time wasting for them. It's using resources. So the easiest way to stop that happening is block it. And that's what they're doing. Now, I can understand them doing it. It makes a lot of sense. It's convenient for the organisation. It's economical for the organisation, but it wrecks housing and it stops people being able to use their land to solve problems that they have. Okay, sorry, get off the soapbox.
No, that's okay. Look, just before I hand over to my colleagues, but I am guessing that in the reform in 2013, which did permit a second dwelling to be built but only if it's attached, I'm guessing that has really done nothing to alleviate the problems that we're addressing. Because people are just, they want some privacy.
The RU2s that are on here, that dark brown, are all on land that has been decided doesn't qualify as productive agricultural land. And that is because the damn thing's too hilly. I could run goats on my place, but that'd be about the only thing I could run. And yet the council says, oh no, you've got a prospective agricultural resource there. No, I don't. Not at all. I even thought about having growing coffee beans on my place and made some inquiries. No, sorry, you're on the wrong angle. It's just not practical. And under those circumstances, all of this land here is being wasted. Now, we don't want a flood of houses just coming on it. They should not dominate the rural land. So if they're only 450 square metres, the combined total of the primary land and the secondary land, the secondary house, if it's only 450 square metres, it's minuscule. If properties use 450 square metres on a land, it's only 1.22% of the property. And that's leaving 98.8% unused, still with trees and what have you growing on it. When I shifted into my place, it was covered in lantana, bracken and privet. It took me 4 years to clear it. Everybody says that the rural area of the Tweed Shire is really beautiful. It is lovely. It's lovely because the rural landowners make it lovely. Right. And we keep it lovely, right? So stopping people coming onto our land and helping it, I'm sorry, I'm 85 years of age. My wife is 90. We wanted 15 years ago to put a second dwelling on there so somebody could come in and help me with the land and the wife could come on and help my wife. We've been blocked for the last 15 years for no reason that I can understand. It doesn't make any sense. And to have that additional help will relieve the 1,600 people who are currently living rough in the Shire.
Chair.
There are also, lastly, there are,
Just one moment, sir, yes.
Oh, I had a question when it was...
Oh, yes.
sorry.
Yep.
Okay, well, let's hear your question, Mr. Fang.
Oh, thank you. I was actually going to ask Mr. Huff, just in relation to the nexus of second dwellings and environment, do you have some views on how the impact of second dwellings may impact or not the environment on a rural land?
Well, it's a good question. I think there are concerns being raised that somehow these extra dwellings will negatively impact the environment. My observation in talking to our farming community is quite the opposite, actually, for two reasons. We observe that with increased biosecurity pressure, new weeds that are in the district like giant devil's fig and the continuing camphor pressures, that having extra help on the property will maintain the environment. And I also know of other farmers who have spare farmhouse, for example, and they rent that out. And one particular farmer I'm aware of used that income from that rental property to rehabilitate creek banks. So, you know, there's lots of positives, and I think the way that the pressures are at the moment for weeds and to keep the environment and the farming land under control and weed free and maintain the environment, there's definitely a need to actually have additional resource to be able to do that.
Thank you. It's not as if we're talking about building, I guess, mini cities on rural plots, is it? We're talking about a single second dwelling being allowed to be built on a plot of land that's more than capable of sustaining that second dwelling. What would it mean to the local area to have additional housing available to, I guess, families, those that can't afford to buy a block and build, or perhaps those that can't secure a rental? Is this a way of at least tackling part of the housing crisis in the Tweed?
Look, I think it's a case of every bit helps. Our local dairy farmer some years ago had to go to town and buy a block of land and build a house for his father to move off the property and to move into town, which is not where he wanted to be in the first place, and had to pull working capital out of his farming operation to be able to do that. So that's taken up one lot in town that somebody else could have had. I'm also aware of other families that have their sons living in town that come out to the farm each day, and if they didn't have to live in town, then obviously there would be another vacant house that someone else could have. And the other thing we've got to remember too is when we build homes on farms, it's incredibly affordable because there's no land component that you have to cough up for. So it's a fairly attractive option. And look further to the Chair's point about the connectivity and the ability to build houses with a connecting roof. I would say that, for example, in my son's situation, that we'd like to see him have a little bit more autonomy than be right there under a connected roof. And look, I'm probably the exception, and I'm conscious I'm under oath saying this, but a lot of people probably aren't particularly keen in living right next to their mother-in-law either. And I will say I think I am the exception to that, possibly. So there's that to bear in mind.
Safety sake.
So there's that to bear in mind. I mean, you picture yourself in a connected roof situation, and the next generation is right there, and I don't think that's very workable in my eyes. We love our children, we probably don't quite love them that much, perhaps. No.
I've got one more question before I hand over to my colleagues. I note that the council passed a motion in support of, supporting the addition of second dwellings to rural plots. But is everybody on council supportive of that motion? Do you have any information on that?
My understanding that the motion was passed, but I think the mayor that was here is here today, but I don't think she supported that.
No.
And
I might have a few questions about that.
Haven't, yeah, so.
Later, yeah. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both for your attendance here today, and Mr Bennett, thank you for your detailed submission on behalf of the association. Just interested, there's a couple of points from your submission that I was interested in particular. One of the things you'd called out for in there was an amnesty, effectively, for secondary dwellings. From your perspective, are there a lot of unapproved secondary dwellings that exist throughout
We had a
Shire at the
councillor,
moment?
sorry, there was a councillor who, in the last batch of councillors, who had a gas run in the area. So it means virtually every rural property has to have, up till the time we got solar, had to have gas on their property. So he went round to just about every place in the Shire. He said he thought that there was between 1,600 and 2,000, but eventually settled on 1,600 unapproved second dwellings in the area, right? 1,600. But these are dwellings that go from shipping containers, caravans, humpies, what have you, sheds, garages, what have you, that are all out there because they can't get a right to build a second dwelling.
Yep.
Right? So that was his opinion. That's the need that there is out there at the moment. You have to have an amnesty when this registration hopefully goes through and sense hits the fan at long last, that those people who have already built those places will be not charged an offence for having those second dwellings or told to pull them down or anything else. There's got to be a space where those people have got a right to say, I want to make a second dwelling on my property. But we don't want to get bogged down by the council saying, oh, wait a second, we've got to make sure whether the sun's shining in a direction or whether the wind's blowing in the right direction before you're allowed to build. If it's lasted the length of time it has now, it obviously isn't a problem. And if it's not a problem, can't we get those ones fixed up to the point where they are legitimate? There isn't a problem, so if they have to sell the property at some stage, they've got something that's on their books that says it's legal. And without that, the whole thing grinds to a standstill. Anybody wanting to sell their property now has got a second dwelling on it, has got a choice. They either pull it down or else they hope that the person coming in was prepared to go ahead with an illegal dwelling on their property. The situation is really bad. And I'd just like to agree with virtually everything Craig has said there in these last comments.
Thank you. And Mr Bennett as well, and Mr Huff as well, I guess that some of the evidence we've heard in this inquiry to date has been really about the productivity that can be maintained by having a secondary dwelling on rural property. But Mr Bennett, I'm struck by your perspective somewhat as well, that in your case, and in the case of, I take it, many of your members, that this is not productive agricultural land that you're inhabiting, but largely lifestyle land. And I think you have that in terms of your submission as well, that in terms of the percentage, I think that you've got outlined that 58% being less than 5 hectares in terms of the RU2 properties that exist in the area.
Yeah.
So much of this is lifestyle property, not prime agricultural land that's being used.
It's lifestyle because it's not suitable for agricultural. That's a decision that's already been made. The land use is not suitable. There's one patch on my land where I've got a house, and there's another patch about 150, 200 yards away. That's the only other spot on my land. The rest of it, I could run goats on it and that'd be the end of it. And that's the whole area. Everybody talks about the hills that we've got out there. And that brown, the dark brown on there, is 4 times larger than the area of agricultural land.
Yeah.
Right? That's the part that's totally being wasted. Now, all of those 1,600 places we've got out there, at least at the moment, nobody's complaining about them. They've existed for yonks, right? And nobody's saying, oh, having all those extra places on the properties are causing problem. We're being congratulated for the wonderful state of our rural areas at the moment with 1,600 illegal dwellings onto it. And it's not hard. I mean, the bottom line is if I put a second dwelling on, it would be so far away from the road you'd never see the damn thing. So it's all the fabrication that the council comes up with about the reasons why you can't have this aren't documented. They aren't sustainable. They're not true. They just angle it in a way that makes it look like we'd be creating problems. We aren't creating problems, we're solving problems. And you did ask Craig, is there any benefit from it? I'm sorry, the other gentleman did. Having those extra places is kids in schools. We almost lost the Talgum school for the lack of attendance, right? The fewer people in there. You can sustain that village better if we've got more people around. The place becomes economical. The shops that are in there actually work better. We'll create a better village if we've got people being able to attend there. It will make the rural areas thrive better than they are thriving now. We might even get a service station back again, right? That would be wonderful, instead of having to drive 35 minutes to the closest place to get petrol. So having extra people in the area isn't a problem, and the council uses the threat, and it's a threat, trust me, that we'll put rates on your property. Well, the only thing they supply for me at the moment is a road. That's it. And I don't know whether they're going to change the road system around or not and widen the road, I doubt it. But the only thing I supply my own water, I supply my own sewage, electricity comes from another source, that's it. Council doesn't provide anything else. The village has got a park in it, but I had to fight to get that park in it, because it used to be that we had a dump, and I said, don't spend any more money on the dump, can you use that to get the village park going? So they actually closed down the dump and then used the money that they had been spending on it to open up parks. That's the way we had to get parks. The park that we had there beforehand was something like 17 years out of use before that had been condemned. Putting more people into the area won't cause a problem, it'll save the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Do we have a question from the government?
No, you go.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. First, I'd just like to ask a question of both of you. I think, Mr. Bennett, you've largely answered this, and as I understand it, you reside on an RU2 zone
Yes.
property. Yep. Mr. Huff, is your property RU2, RU1?
Where are you one?
RU1, okay. And the size?
About 300 acres.
300 acres. And yours, Mr. Bennett?
3.5 acres, hectares.
Right, thank you. Just to get my head around sort of what we're looking at here, because obviously there are different processes in place for the RU1 and RU2 properties. Mr. Bennett, in your submission, it talks, and I thank you for it, it's quite detailed submission, it talks about the fact that the association wants to ban, until the critical housing shortage eases, short-term rentals or Airbnb stays should be banned. I just wondered whether that was also the position of the...
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
The banning of short-term rentals or Airbnb stays.
Yeah. Honestly, in my view, is if you grant places to have second dwellings, and I don't think Craig would agree with me on this, but I would suggest that for the first 3 years after a place is built, it must be used for long-term accommodation for at least the first 3 years. After that, it can be used for Airbnb, but only 60 days a year. The rest of the time is long-term accommodation. So it is our hope that what you would get is in these additional houses is people getting permanent accommodation and not just being built for Airbnb. The Airbnb has been a problem for the council because some places have misused it so badly that they've had to spend thousands of dollars getting it solved. But the legislation that was put through, I think about 3 years ago, tightened up on what Airbnb and other issues around that, and that's been really a move in the right direction. But I think it even needs to be strengthened.
And Mr. Huff, is that the position of the Farmers Association?
I think the priority definitely is to have, first and foremost, next generation on farm. Secondly, permanent rentals or workers to help on the farm. Notwithstanding, though, that we've got to remember our two biggest income earners in this shire is agriculture and tourism.
Yep.
And to have tourists, we've got to put them somewhere. So I don't think we have a position as far as the short-term holiday stay goes, but we're mindful that tourists have got to stay somewhere. And that crosses over with some of the agritourism provisions where we've been trying to provide, for example, adventure holiday spots on our farms for tourists to stay and try and help accommodate that as well. Yeah.
And in terms of RU1 zoned properties, this may be a case for you, question for you, Mr. Huff, as opposed to Mr. Bennett. But my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was that there are provisions already in place to allow or at least permit dwellings to be approved where they are for key workers or workers basically to support the running of the farm.
Rural cottage.
That's what I'm trying to say. Rural cottage. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Rural workers' dwellings, I think, is what you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, there are provisions in place, and this is what I'm fearful of if the determinations for additional dwellings is left in the council's hands, because we have technically approval to put rural workers' dwellings on our land, but unfortunately, no one meets the criteria. So
why is that?
because the criteria for rural workers' dwellings, my understanding is that you have to establish economic viability of your farming operation, and a lot of local farmers actually have off-farm income to sustain their farming operations. So the off-farm income can't be counted towards the test. So, yeah, not many people. I think you can count on one hand the number of rural workers' dwellings that have been approved in the last decade in the Shire, from my understanding. So that's not very feasible to have those provisions. And that's why I'm frightened if we put those the additional housing tests in the hand of council, where technically they'll say, yes, you can do this, but the reality is the compliance requirements will make it not viable for anybody to do it. That's why I think a government exempt pathway, a state government exempt pathway would be perfect in this situation.
So,
Or complying, sorry.
yeah,
pathway.
no, thank you. In terms of, the permission of the secondary dwellings, I'm just interested for both of your associations whether any work has been done to understand what, if any, tax implications there could be, because it's something that I suppose I have a concern around if we, change some of this, permit secondary dwellings perhaps more liberally, particularly on primary producers' land. So farmers that have, the tax benefits that are associated with that primary producer status. If we then permit secondary dwellings that then, let's say the median rental income here is what, $800 a week for a two. That's probably erring on the side of caution. $800 a week for a two-bedroom house, freestanding dwelling. There would be, bad years where you could foreseeably have your rental income from your secondary dwelling overshooting that of your farm. Is that something that, either association have looked at?
Yeah, look, our position on that is that each farmer obviously has their own accountant, and they're in consultation with their accountant, and there's so many variables at play there.
Yeah.
For example, if you've got your family there and they're not paying rent, it's not an issue. If you've got a worker there and it's part of their package, then it's probably not an issue either. So there's so many variables. I think to get into that detail is actually very, very fraught with danger, and I think it's something that we're saying to our members: go and visit your accountant and get advice on this situation before you do something, and I think that's typically what they would do.
Well, in respect of RU2s, most of the places aren't houses anyhow, right? They're lean-tos and the sheds and all the rest of it, so they usually aren't declared, and I should imagine that I don't have one, but I know of at least 5 within a stone's throw of my place, all have either family members that are on it or friends, and they're only charging a modest amount just to make it convenient for them to be able to be there, and rather than having to pay a fortune somewhere else. And they are able to look after one another's dogs and look assist with the areas. It's not an economic issue that really comes up at all. This is being able to live and live in comfort without a problem, and somebody saying, you know, you've got to get out of here, and you're now hit with an $800 a week rental.
One of the other things that...
Actually, Mr. Valley, we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Oh, sure, please,
I might hand
go.
over to Sue.
No,
Have you got
please
one
go.
more?
No,
All right.
fine.
I don't have much. I've just got a couple of questions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you both very much for your evidence today. Mr. Huff, I'm curious, how long has the New South Wales Farmers Association branch been here in operation in the Tweed?
We formed about 4 years ago, and prior to that there was an organisation called the Combined Tweed Rural Industries Association.
That's
which
right.
The
I remember,
gentleman that I mentioned in my introductory remarks was the president of that association, and he could see a need to lobby state and have a farming lobby at more state level because the frustrations we had at the local government level, and that's why he handed the baton over and endorsed our branch, and they transferred a few dollars they had in the bank to our branch, and we established the branch to actually lobby state for and have advocacy at a state level for the issues that we're facing locally.
Thank you. And just on that, so just to be clear, when did you become the New South Wales Farmers Tweed branch?
That was 2022, late 22, I believe, yeah.
Thank you. And so when you say to have a voice and to lobby state, is this primarily is this the biggest issue that you've had to deal with in your couple of years of existence?
Look, it definitely is one of the main ones. We each year at our AGM identify our focus areas. We have 5 or 6 focus areas. The other one that's very big for us at the moment, for example, is cattle tick in the area. But yeah, so rural housing has been consistently in the top 5 focus areas of the branch since its establishment.
Thank you. And so just on that, you're advocating for housing for farmers, on rural land, for families and passive income. Is that the best summary of, or character? Is that?
Well, primarily, I think it's the next generation is what most people want to accommodate, and the examples that are existing show that if farmers do have a house that they can rent, that they can utilise that for their sustainability and the maintenance of their farm. So it's a win-win situation for rentals and for the farmer.
Thank you. And just earlier in your evidence, you talked about the construction industry and your experience with that. And in particular, you referred to, and I know everybody refers to this idea of red tape. Could you give me just a quick explanation about what you're referring to when you make that comment?
Well, I think there's a lot of frustration out there that DAs have been taking a long time, and councils seem entangled in their own bureaucracy and not being able to deliver. I mean, I think we listed in the bottom 10 performing councils in the last analysis that I saw here. So get things out of the ground. I know ourselves personally, we put an application in for a minor thing on our property, and it took, I've just got to be careful of my facts here. I think it took well over 12 months before we heard back. So,
thank you. And so in terms of this, I'll finish on this, and perhaps for both of you, in terms of a dwelling, if we are looking at something that, as I think somebody suggested, 450 square metres total, what does that speak to in terms of the additional requirements such as asset protection zones, sewerage, increased hard surfaces, flood? Are they all factors that you recognise as something that would need to be considered in any merit assessment? So a secondary dwelling could be refused if it didn't satisfy those things, or what's your submission on that?
look, I think there's room for alternative solutions, and this is why I'm frightened that too many rules will back people into a corner. Most farmers I know have a couple of acres of grazing land that they could put an additional dwelling that's open, cleared grazing land. Very few don't have that, and they could put an additional dwelling on that location. So your APZ, your asset protection zones and everything's satisfied, and there's no clearing of any vegetation. And I think it's important that the terms of the constraints are very, very flexible, so that if there's a better spot to put a house where the impact is less and it's more feasible. I mean, there were things tabled like distances from the primary dwelling, and I don't understand where they came from or why they came. To me, the more flexibility you have, you look at the best position on a rural property and go, that's the best spot for a house, be it 100 metres away or 300 metres away from the primary residence. But it ticks all the boxes. We can do the effluent disposal safely. It's got a good asset protection zone. It's got good access for driveway. That should be the spot it's put, not these thought up distances away from a primary dwelling. I think it's a crazy thing to put too many constraints around this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, look, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that valuable contribution. Our time has come to an end, so
Thank you.
But we appreciate your appearance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My iPad's on New South Wales time and my phone's on Queensland time.
Same.
Yeah.
Well, because
Yeah,
it's probably
it's
going through
this
the
one.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
No, I'm still on Queensland.
But are you on this Wi-Fi?
No, no, I'm
Yeah, see, we're on
no,
this
I have a chip, so, you know, I'm not not leeching off
Leaching.
Leaching.
You call it leaching?
Yeah.
I'll take you and show you what leech will do. Just up there. It rained last night.
Yeah.
There'll be leeches in the forest.
Oh, good. Slinking, leeching, you know, it's awesome.
Those two women. Please don't be nasty.
Morning.
She's green. You know that. She's not green.
Good afternoon and welcome to our new witnesses. So could I ask each witness starting from my left to please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Galley. I am the Director of Planning and Regulation on behalf of Tweedshire Council, and I'll be undertaking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my name is Chris Cherry, and I'm the Mayor of Tweedshire Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, if you'd like to make an opening statement, you're welcome to do so now.
Thank you. I think we both have a brief one. The extent of rural housing has been a debated topic for decades in the Tweed. For context, Tweed has approximately 6,224 rural zone properties, being RU1 and RU2, most of which are relatively small compared to other regional shires. Nearly 70% of RU1 and RU2 zone land, or about 4,345 properties, are under 10 hectares in size. Our goal in Tweed has always been to try to strike the right balance between protecting the primacy of agricultural land, the right to farm, enabling additional rural housing, and protecting the scenic and biodiverse character of our rural landscapes. The adopted rural land strategy in 2020 at Action 82 and 83 supported the concept of secondary dwellings. And in that term, secondary dwellings was a granny flat, not a whole second house. And it supported them on lots over 10 hectares in size, with detached dual occupancies being the second house on lots over 40 hectares. But the New South Wales Department of Planning first wanted to see a growth management housing strategy. So Tweedshire Council is preparing that growth management housing strategy at the moment. At the moment, while that preparatory work is being done, our current LEP allows attached dual occupancies. However, this has a very low take-up rate in our rural areas. The endorsed Growth Management Housing Strategy option paper went to Council on the 3rd of April 2025, and it supported the same provisions as was adopted in the Rural Land Strategy. So allowing granny flats on lots over 10 hectares and a whole second house on lots over 40 hectares. A more recent resolution of Council on the 2nd of October 2025 supports second dwellings, not just the granny flat, but a whole second dwelling on blocks of land over 10 hectares, and for this to be reflected in the upcoming Growth Management Housing Strategy for Council's review and endorsement for exhibition. This will again provide the community with the opportunity to comment on whether this 10-hectare approach is achieving the right balance, given Tweed's context. Based on the figures that I've just advised, Tweed has 1,879 lots over 10 hectares that these provisions would apply to. So that's 1,879 dwellings where you could build a second house. From a local government financial sustainability perspective, this could potentially represent a loss in rating income of approximately $4.3 million, as second homes on rural land cannot be separately rated. The population increase would be 1,879 properties times approximately 2.6 people. This would be an extra 4,885 extra people in our rural zones. And these people would expect services such as parks, roads, pools, libraries, etc. So any change to permit 2 dwellings on each rural property should have regard to the rate revenue to fund these services going forward. I note the terms of reference also mention the possibility of complying development being used to allow detached dual occupancies on rural land over 8,000 square metres. For Tweed, it should be noted that the current constraints rule out complying development certificates for bushland layers, Class 1 acid sulphate soils, contamination, heritage, national parks and other buffer areas. And in Tweed, these exclusions represent 45% of rural land, or 2,767 rural properties which would not be eligible to undertake CDC as the legislation is currently written. So, Mayor Cherry, would you like to elaborate on that opening?
Thank you very much. And so we heard in the previous submissions that the priority is for intergenerational housing and rural workers housing, and we have really heard that from our community. You've heard now that we are currently working towards allowing those secondary dwellings on lots 10 hectares and above and detached dual occupancies on lots greater than 10 hectares in our growth management housing strategies. Our rural workers dwellings and the attached dual occupancies are already permissible on any size lot in the Shire to allow for intergenerational farming families and housing for rural workers. And in response, we've got a Rural Land and Industry Management Committee, and in response to the feedback that they've provided, we are also currently working to make the rural workers dwelling easier to obtain, and we heard that that's an important thing from the previous speaker. We are trying to apply a balanced and strategic approach that protects our productive use of agricultural land while also allowing for the increased housing in rural lands. Last week, the government released the Northern Rivers Economic Profile and Hazard Impacts Report. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to have a look at it, but it's a landmark report showing the impact of cumulative natural hazard events on the economic and social well-being of our region. It shows that agriculture was the fastest growing industry in the Northern Rivers. The New South Wales Disaster Adaptation Plan has also identified our area as being one of the highest in New South Wales in terms of exposure to natural disasters into the future. By limiting the possibility of detached dual occupancies to lots greater than 10 hectares, as we're proposing, rather than the 8,000 square metres that you're proposing, we are allowing 1/3 of our rural properties to access this form of housing. So it's like a compromise starting position that allows us to gauge whether we can manage the impacts or risks that DDOs can create in terms of impacts on agricultural viability and the safety of those future residents and the ability to service them into the future. Those risks are the ability to defend residences in rural areas in times of bushfire, like we've just seen on the Central Coast, in times of flood and tidal inundation. There's also the risk for the potential for environmental impacts of the on-site sewage management systems because these areas are not sewered, and the land use conflicts that can impact on agricultural viability. When you introduce residents that are not accustomed to rural industry noise, dust and ash, you can create severe conflict with those searching for a peaceful rural lifestyle. We currently produce around a third of New South Wales sugarcane and bananas here in the Tweed. We still burn that cane and we overhead spray our bananas. Larger lots have more potential to provide house sites that do not impact on productive capability of the land and away from other hazards, including bushfire, flood and tidal inundation. What they don't do is manage the ability for council to provide services for the new rural residents. This is a really important aspect of our submission. Currently, the local government rating system is based on the unimproved value of land. When you build a second dwelling or a detached dual occupancy on the property, you are doubling that property's demand for council's infrastructure. That second family wants the same access to our parks, our pools, our sporting fields, our libraries. They often need access to clean drinking water in times of drought when rainwater tanks run dry. They want the SES and the RFS to rescue them in times of need. Currently, council has no way of collecting increased rates to cover all of these things, so the load is taken up by the rest of the ratepayers, effectively subsidising rural housing. We need a way to rectify this, and we suggest changing the rating system to allow a multiplying factor for properties with a secondary dwelling or a detached dual occupancy, and we ask you to include this in any recommendations you make with regards to increased rural housing. We hope you can support our staged approach and providing housing in the areas that we can defend best in the times of bushfire, that are safest in times of flood, where we can provide services such as water and sewer, as in expanding our rural villages. These are the things that we want to prioritise, and I hope you can support us in that.
Thank you. Now, I think Mr. Fang wants to...
Thank you. Mayor, I just wanted to ask, I'm slightly confused. You said that there was a motion passed by council that supported second dwellings, yet it seems like your opening statements were anything but supportive of second dwellings. Could you expand on, I guess, your evidence to the committee in relation to what the council resolved?
Absolutely. So I'd just like to clarify, absolutely supportive of secondary dwellings and second homes on lots greater than 10 hectares. The risks and impacts that I was trying to talk about was trying to explain why we're saying on those larger lots, not on any size lot.
So just in relation to your proposal to the committee in relation to amending legislation to ensure that rates for a second dwelling can be charged, is that a resolution of council?
Yes, that was included in our submission, which was a result.
Okay. Did councillors vote on that?
Sorry?
Did councillors vote on a resolution to charge second dwellings rates?
No, to include it in our submission to you for consideration. And
no, I appreciate that. What I'm asking is was there a motion voted on by councillors of Tweed Council in relation to charging rates?
I think that council has, well, I know that council has resolved previously, so it was part of the rural lands strategy that we investigate the ability to rate for a second dwelling in order to fund infrastructure. Sorry?
Did that pass, that motion?
Yes.
It did pass?
Yes.
Okay. Just in relation to, we heard earlier from the witnesses in relation to the money that's spent by Tweed Shire Council. How much is spent on enforcement action?
Enforcement action is, I don't have that quantified between
much is
development
spent on legal
applications. So
fees?
legal fees, total, including property, property transfers, dealing with land and environment court and compliance action, is just under $3 million.
Is it just
in
under
the
3
last
million or just
financial
over
year.
3 million?
Sorry, just
Is it
under.
3.4 million?
I don't have it in front of me. In my head, it was just under, but I'll stand corrected if you've got the figures there.
So in those circumstances, how much was budgeted?
The budgeted, I don't actually have that in front of me either, but if you've got it there, I'd be happy to hear it.
Is it around $2 million? And I think you're about over a budget of about $1.5 million. Is that right?
Yeah, so council doesn't budget money and hold it for legal costs in the case of whether we do or don't. So we budget an amount that we think we might use, and then when we use more than that or less than that, then we find that from other sources. So we obviously have reserves that we can use in those circumstances, or unallocated monies that haven't, from projects that haven't gone forward that we can use at that time.
And so for the $1.5 million that's, I guess, not expected in relation to legal fees, is that due to council initiating or instigating legal action, or is that because you've been asked to defend decisions that you've made through the Land and Environment Court?
So the bulk of that money is usually deemed refusals, where we then have to defend those actions. So they're not council, they're not, the bulk of them haven't so far been on refusals. And I think you'll find that one of the largest costs that we had in this last year was on a caravan park, which was a refusal. It did actually take up around $1 million in defending that case, but it was something that the community asked very strongly for us to defend, and the lawyers agreed, and we won that case. So we will receive costs back, hopefully for a large part of that.
How many refusals have gone to court?
I don't have that number in front of me. Denise, would you have that number at all?
Oh, not exactly, no, but are you talking the last year or ever, or?
Let's go with the last 12 months.
I would suggest that there's been between 15 and 20 appeals for Class 1 or Class 4 decisions.
Okay. How many of those have been a result of councillors voting against what's, I guess, recommended by the council staff?
Two.
Okay. And have they been successful?
One hasn't been determined yet, and one we just heard about, which was unsuccessful, unfortunately, just recently. But
And what was the cost to defend?
oh, actually, no, there's two. There's three. Yes, sorry. So there's two. We just did hear about, which was the Creek Street one in Hastings Point, which we managed to get some changes, and the other one is Gales Holdings, which was we managed to get the proponent to amend their proposal so that they basically were addressing all of our concerns. So.
Okay. And in circumstances where you're prepared to accept a second dwelling that's under the one roof line as opposed to a detached second dwelling, when you spoke about the issues around services, libraries, parks, etc., how do you differentiate between one being under one roof line and being allowed versus one that's detached?
So our support for the attached dual locks and the rural workers' dwellings, which both have that same impact, has been based on the fact that we're trying to support the intergenerational housing, and we have heard for our farmers, rural workers' dwellings and intergenerational housing is the most important thing. So for them, this was considered a cost that was worth bearing. Having taking that away.
I'm confused as to why, if it's under one roof line, two dwellings under one roof line, you think is okay, and you haven't got an issue about the impacts on council services, but if you separate the dwellings, same footprint, everything else, but under two different roof lines, why you've got an objection to that.
So,
Why is one not going to have an impact and the other one will?
Yeah, so I guess you were asking in terms of just the ability to service, but the main objection to the detached is the other issues, the other risks and impacts that I mentioned, which were the impact on agricultural productivity, the contamination through OSSMs that are, one might be here and one might be here. So you're doubling the risk of having to rescue people in a bushfire, in a flood, that kind of situation. So it's those impacts that are doubled when they're detached. So it's not only about the number of people that are on the site, it's about where they're located on the site.
The logic escapes me in relation to this. Like, explain to me, please, how you've made this determination that somehow if you've got a house that's under one roof line with another one is somehow going to mitigate all of these issues as opposed to having two detached dwellings.
Well, luckily it's not something, our logic that we've just come to. It stems from the Ministerial Direction 1.5 for rural lands, which requires the changes to the LEP to include the consideration of land use conflict and minimise the potential for land fragmentation and ensuring protection of agricultural production of rural land. So that's where it's coming from. It's also obviously coming from the North Coast Regional Plan, which gives clear guidance to direct urban and rural residential dwellings away from important farmlands and small lot primary production. So that's what we're trying to achieve.
And whilst I accept that, I guess you're talking about the protection of rural lands and as a NAT, I'm 100% down with that. I'm with you 100%.
Okay.
But you spoke about, issues of supporting in a bushfire or inundation and all of these sorts of matters. If there are two dwellings that are separated, as opposed to having under one roof, how is that going to make if you've got two separate dwellings, like with a complete detachment, but under the one roof line, how is it that that's any safer than having two detached dwellings?
I'm not sure if you flew into our shire or drove, but if you flew, then you would see overhead how much of our shire is forested, heavily forested. And a lot of our rural blocks have got very heavily forested areas. And
if it's heavily forested, though, we're not talking about protection of prime agricultural and productive land, are we? So again, you're conflating two different issues.
Well, I was talking about bushfire risk, which is what you just asked me about.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. But if you're talking about protecting, agricultural lands, then you're conflating two different issues if it's heavily forested.
Okay. Now we do have limited time, so we might move to.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here to give your evidence today. Do you? It's my understanding that the Tweed Shire, Tweed LGA, is one of the highest biodiversity regions within New South Wales. Has there been any work done, even if it's not directly available on this, but work that you can consider in terms of what the cumulative impacts could be if we were to allow a relatively unconstrained second dwelling across all these RU1, RU2 properties, what that might mean for biodiversity and what that might mean in terms of the attraction of this area for all of those incredible values that Tweed Shire boasts?
Yeah, sure. So we are listed as have the highest biodiversity in New South Wales here in the Tweed Shire, and it's the third highest in Australia. So it is very significant, and we are trying to take that role as custodians of that very seriously. When you think about the impact, and I know we heard from previous speakers that the impact would only be about 450 square metres. When we're talking about a detached dual occupancy that can be any size, an average size is around 250 square metres. And if you think about the asset protection zone that needs to come around that can be about 40 metres in any direction. So you're greatly increasing the footprint. And then we're talking about the the access road that gets to that point. So in all of that area, you have clearing, you have earthworks that need to happen, and also you have edge effects with weeds. You have the inevitable introduction of weeds that happens with agricultural living. And so if we have the 1,891 properties that Denise was talking about earlier take up the having a second home, we really do have some massive impacts. I don't have a calculation, I guess, of how much that would be. I don't know if you've got that calculation there, Denise, but we are talking about very serious impacts. We're not talking about 450 square metres, it's really important for this Shire, because when we went with our growth management housing strategy, we went to our community about what's most important to them. We did get 639 submissions for our growth management housing strategy, and 348 comments were received regarding the protection of our natural environment and concern about the impact of increased housing on our natural areas. So it is a really important thing for our community.
In terms of that and Tweed's kind of future growth and strategic focus in terms of what Tweed boasts compared to other regions across New South Wales, would you say that capitalising on the natural environment, the kind of clean green production, I see a lot of regenerative agriculture, this kind of new emerging side where agriculture, tourism, but it's inextricably linked to the health and well-being of the natural environment. Would you say that is front and centre of Tweed's future growth and strategic direction?
Absolutely, and you can look in our destination management plan for our tourism strategy. It's the front and centre. It is why people come here to the Northern Rivers. It's why people want to live here, and it's what we have to protect. So, yeah, I think it is incredibly important and a priority for our council and our community.
Does it strike you, and sorry, this is probably a bit contentious, and I don't mean any offence whatsoever to the previous witnesses, but does it strike you that it is an interesting proposition that the New South Wales Farmers branch is arguing against a council that is trying to protect rural agricultural production land? Does that strike you as something as an interesting proposition?
Yeah, I think it's not consistent with what a lot of farmers in our area think. And I know that I speak to a lot of farmers who haven't chosen to become members of this particular branch of the New South Wales Farmers, but are members of other ones, who desperately oppose secondary dwellings and second homes because of the land use conflict, because they are trying to burn their cane and that ash that comes across that people hate, because farmers want to prioritise their productive lands, and they can see that issue with land use conflict that they don't want to have to deal with.
And then just finally, thank you, Chair, I know you're indulging me, in terms of the staged approach that you are taking, do you see that, are you getting community engagement in that staged approach that you are taking?
Yeah, so this is the staged approach is what we put out in our growth management housing strategy. Change 17 is what it's become. It was Change 77. We received 129 submissions relating to this issue, and 59 of them, so basically half, were supportive of how we're going ahead. Around half were also saying conditionally supportive, and the main issue was they were saying that they'd like to have larger houses than just the secondary dwellings that we were proposing. We've addressed that now with this new resolution that we did only a couple of months ago. So I think that we are doing what the people have told us that they wanted when we've done the consultation. I'd just like to mention that we did bring the growth management housing strategy to we've got a rural lands industry management committee. On that, we've got the cane farmers, we've got small vegetable growers, we've got cattle grazers, and we've got a representative group, and And the only issue that they raised with this document when it was brought to them was the rural workers' dwellings and wanting to have that easier to be able to obtain. So, and I think that's a very valid thing, and that's something we're working towards.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to hand over to the government representative.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just as a nice segue from that, I was interested to hear if you can update the committee on what, if any, work is going on with that rural workers' dwelling, and if there's any, suggestions, or if it's too early, then please say that. But if there's anything you can update us on.
I'll have to hand to Denise for that one.
Thanks.
So we have permissibility of rural workers dwelling in our LEP 2014 at clause 4.2c, and the criteria at the moment in part 3, it has to be on the same lot as the existing lawfully created dwelling. It can't impair the use of the land for agricultural or rural industries. This is the third and the fourth one is where it gets harder for people. The third one is that the agricultural or rural industry being carried out on the land has a demonstrated economic capacity to support the ongoing employment of rural workers. So that's the financial side of it. And part D, which is probably the one that people are wanting changed the most, is the development is necessary considering the nature of agricultural or rural industry land use lawfully occurring on the land as a result of the remote or isolated location of the land. So, for example, in Mooloolaba, which is just 20 kilometres south of Tweed Heads, it's hard to demonstrate that due to the isolation, you need a second dwelling. Right. So one of the things that we're putting forward to the government is removing Part D to remove that isolation provision, but we're still recommending support of that economic capacity. Because if you're approving a second house for the purposes of rural workers' accommodation, you want to make sure that land is being used for farming purposes and it can viably sustain a second worker.
Thank you, that's very helpful. In terms of, so we heard from the earlier witnesses that Tweed Council does not allow second dwellings that are detached. That's not the case, given your evidence you've given us this morning.
Just to clarify, under LEP 2014 at the moment, you're allowed attached only.
Okay.
At the moment. There is a resolution on foot from the 2nd of October that investigates allowing them as detached on land over 10 hectares. And we're advancing that through our growth management housing strategy, which is anticipated to come back before the council in February and March of next year. If council resolve to place that on exhibition, that'll go on exhibition. Once we have that in place, the government will then allow us to do a planning proposal to amend our LEP.
Thank you, that is much clearer to me now. And I thank you for, so in your submission, you've provided us with the copy of that resolution that council passed on the 2nd of October. I just also wanted to ask you, so you mentioned at point 3 being the resolved position around the rating mechanism or rate multiplier. I think you mentioned in your opening statement, Ms Cherry, the rate multiplier. Has council done any work to look at what that would look like or how that would apply?
No, you can go.
Through our General Manager and through LG New South Wales, we've just continued to raise it as an issue. And it's whether, a second dwelling on a rural block of land might not get rated as 2, for example. It just might have a multiplier of 1.6 or 1.8, just to acknowledge that an increase in population in our rural area, we have 100,000 people in the Tweed. So if you increase the population by 10,000 people, that's a 10% increase in our population with no additional rate base. So what we've just continued to lobby for is the government to consider amending the Local Government Act to enable some kind of proportional rating scheme for those properties that might contain more people.
Thank you. And with the indulgence of the Chair, a final question from me around DA approval times. We heard earlier on some frustration. It's a hot topic. Everyone likes talking about it, including our planning minister. So how are you going with your DA approval times, and are they improving?
So I might start and just say, we're actually really proud of our results in Tweed. over the years, we did have bad approval times, but it was for a good reason. We actually had a facilitated approach, and we would work with applicants and work with applicants and work with applicants, get amended plans after amended plans, and it meant that we ended up with more DAs on our books. At our worst time, we had over 500 DAs on our books at any one time. And so the more every individual officer had on their desk, obviously the slower one, the ones that were approval ready, just got involved in that backlog, so to speak. I'm proud to say we have no backlog anymore. We have between 130 and 150 DAs on our books at any given time. That number fluctuates daily. And at the moment, we're fully compliant with the state expectation order, and we're at 98 days average assessment time. Our median for our houses is about 60 days. Our median for a pool is about 39 days. So we're doing incredibly well, but it's lost that facilitative approach, and it means that there are sometimes more refusals because if a DA's not got all the information that we need, we're refusing it, or it might get withdrawn, and we're working with people as a pre-DA phase to try and get them ready so that they're approvable ready.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you, witnesses, for coming along.
Just before we
Oh,
close,
sorry.
if I could just,
Follow.
sorry, conscious of the time, but if I can ask on notice, just with respect to the rules following the 2014 LEP, how many attached secondary dwellings did the council approve? If I could ask that on notice, unless you've got it.
I've got
Wow, prepared. Excellent.
So prepared.
Okay, so rural workers' dwellings in the Tweed since 2002, and the reason I've used 2002 is that's just our modern system that we've got. It was the easiest to pull the data from. We've had 32 rural workers' dwellings, and I realise that that's ridiculously low. With a 6% refusal rate and an 80% approval rate, 15% were withdrawn. And then attached dual occupancies since that same period, 165, but only 20 since 2002 in our rural zone. Again, a 90% approval rate, and 2 of those were withdrawn with the 10% withdrawn rate. So very, very low uptake of the attached dual occupancies, which is probably why council wasn't overly concerned about the earlier questioning in terms of extra people in a rural area, because the uptake has been so low, it hasn't really been a factor. We really feel that if we were to allow detached dual occupancies on blocks of land greater than 10 hectares, then that's going to be noticeable. You're not going to get 100% uptake. Not everyone can afford to build a whole second house, but you're certainly going to have more uptake than we've had in the last 25 years.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing at the end, just to let you know that, in terms of our growth management, we are very conscious of the housing crisis and a need to address that. And so we have more than 13,000 lots in our shire that currently are approved, and you know that. So at the moment, our approval rate is actually, you know, exceeding the kind of development on the ground rate. So it's not. I guess we need that to catch up. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming along. Sorry we've gone a little bit over time, but we found your contributions valuable. Thank you. So we will resume at 1:30 sharp.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. Now we're moving into the post-lunch session, and we've got two gentlemen who have made submissions that we're going to look forward to hearing from. So could each witness, starting on my left, please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Bernd Jesina. I'm a software engineer. What was the other one? I think I forgot already one that you...
Well, your position, title, but I think
I'm a landowner, so
landowner,
I'm not
that's correct.
representing anybody.
Okay, and have you got the instructions there on either making an oath or an affirmation?
Sure, I'm making an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. And, sir?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mark Awad. I'm an individual property owner here today. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So, gentlemen, we've read your submissions, which was really detailing your personal experience. So you're now invited to make an opening statement if you so choose.
Sure, so I suppose my wife and I are the typical tree changers. We moved to the Tweed 8 years ago to retire. It didn't turn out that way. But we found a lovely place and fixed it up with all the mod cons that we needed. We put in electric and water tanks and what have you. And we really love the place and feel a strong bond to the land and the community. And we're now planning for, I suppose, our sunset years, and the property or the house itself is not suited for an older person that is infirm or has a disability. So we're planning to build a new house. Sorry, I should track back a bit. We explored the option of attached dual occupancy, but that does not work with the house and with the site. So we decided to build a new house about 30 meters away on an already disturbed site that has a garage and water tanks that will be put down. Make it accessible, and that will allow us to stay where we want to stay for as long as possible. In order to, we're about to submit a DA, hopefully this year still, but because we cannot have the dual occupancy, we need to decommission the original house, which in our case probably means that we will have to remove the kitchen, all the cupboards, the plumbing. We have a laundry under the house that will have to go. And we just find it a complete waste of resources to do that, just to allow us to stay on the land, really. It's an additional cost for us, removing the kitchen, and it will devalue the house as well. It's a perfectly functioning, nice house that could have many, many uses while we're still in a different dwelling on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Awad, would you like to make an opening statement?
First off, I'd like to thank the Select Committee for this opportunity to present to you today. My family owns a small 2.83 hectare property in Tintinbar, which is just down in Ballina. The property was created as part of the village of Tintinbar, parish of Ballina and Tevan on 20 March 1885. It's no different to the numerous other small acreage rural properties in the region. In the area, it's safe from floods, has direct access to Fernley Road, an approved on-site sewage system. The only thing that sets it apart from the neighboring properties is that it lacks a dwelling entitlement, simply because no one built a house on it prior to the introduction of the relevant planning instruments of the time. Two neighboring properties suffer from the same lack of an entitlement. I've provided you with a handout there that show our three properties right there, surrounded by other properties of smaller, larger, same size. We're all within there. There are properties in the area as small as a half acre on up to ones of 100+ acres, all of which have entitlements. And I know this is not a new problem. I know other people that have submitted to the committee here have highlighted it as well. I'm approaching this, we are approaching it from the perspective of keeping in mind the intent of the zoned areas where we're in, the intended uses, primarily agriculture, and we want to respect that. We're not looking at this simply to have a house on the property. We purchased it in 2020 with an eye towards developing a rural agricultural industry business. We own a craft distillery. We've run that for several years. We're going into our 9th year. No, we're well into our 9th year. A huge part of our plan and what we want to achieve is really building a farm on our property, and we've gone a long ways towards that. But our initial enthusiasm and confidence quickly gave way to reality when we came to understand the immense challenges of undertaking this without being able to live on site. Some of these include a lack of ability to secure good finance. Funny enough, banks don't want to lend to you if they can't get a house, if you can't get a house on there. And the banks that do require really, really low loan-to-value ratios. So we've had to put much more capital into the property than we intended to. We bought it right before the housing prices took off before COVID, and found ourselves essentially priced out of the housing market in the meantime. We are renting in Ballina, and we're taking up a rental that could go to a family that really needs it. There are a lot of families in the area, particularly here in the Northern Rivers, that are desperately in need of housing. Other issues include security. We've had a couple of security issues, one of which was fairly serious and involved the police searching through a number of blocks there for an individual on our property. We have biosecurity concerns. We have had our neighbors, with the floods, the fences have come down, and our neighbors' livestock have ended up on our property, and then direct access to the road. All of these problems could be mitigated with living on site. We've been cut off from the property during the floods and haven't been able to access it for a few days. We didn't see the extent of the housing crisis coming, unfortunately, and that's put us in this position. But we've written to the Minister for Planning, Honorable Paul Scully, and the Minister for North Coast Small Business and Recovery, the Honorable Janelle South.
Good luck again.
Both have encouraged us to reach out to Ballina Council, which we've done, but they've not really been willing to engage. Anyhow, I look forward to this opportunity to present here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Awad, just so I understand, so how big did you say your land is?
Sorry?
How large is your land?
How large? 2.83 hectares. So 7 acres.
Yeah. Right, okay. And because of because it was never allocated or it never had a house built on it, you now just can't even build one house.
Correct. The only reason we cannot get a dwelling entitlement on it is because no one built a house on it prior to the implementation of the SCEPP and the relevant LEPs there. So there's no difference from our property to the neighboring properties.
So have you put in an application with the local council to build, and they just came back and said, no one's allowed to build here?
They will knock us back on the fact that it doesn't meet the minimum land requirement, which is 40 hectare, 100 acres in our area, which is an impossible ask. There's simply no way that can ever be achieved.
Again, I'm just going to read out a sentence from your submissions. The consequences of this policy are visible across the region. Overgrown properties, invasive weed infestations, dumping grounds, and blocks sitting idle due to a lack of incentive or capacity to improve them.
Correct.
So you're saying that this is not a case of being here and there, it's quite a widespread problem. Can you speak to that, please?
No.
It is more widespread, I think, than most people realize, but it is not a dominant feature. Tweed Council did some modeling, and it's, I think, very difficult even for the councils to put their finger on exactly how many properties are subject to that. But if I remember correctly, their estimates were between 10 and 12% of the rural properties lacked dwelling entitlements. And that is available online under, on Tweed Council's website. So I think it would be reasonable to infer that that would carry over to Ballina as well. And there are a number of properties, yes, where they have, the owners simply can't use them for anything. They can't invest in them, so they let them go fallow. There were a few that have just become exactly what I said, rural dumping grounds. Ballina Council actually took over a couple, I believe, because the rates were unpaid on them, and they're converting them into a park, but they had to clear a massive amount of rubbish out of it. It's an issue that even councillors that I've spoken with in Ballina were largely unaware of.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Jesner, so we've seen a photo of your current property.
Yep,
Which looks like a very cute little house,
it is.
but it's only 50 square metres.
Yes, if
And
that.
so you
It's
and your
a
wife-
single room with a loft that we use as a bedroom.
Yes.
It's got a small kitchen, maybe 2 square meters, and a bathroom.
And you've got 12 acres.
Yes.
And are you doing any agriculture with those 12 acres, or is it just lifestyle?
No, just lifestyle, yes.
Okay, and so you've gone to the council and you said you want to build a second residence, a larger residence,
Correct.
and they told you, well, that's okay, but you've got to knock this one down first. Or
Yeah,
you've got
we
to,
had one of these preliminary DA. Before you lodge a DA, you can talk to council town planners. And yeah, they're basically advised. I suppose because he started talking about removing walls as well, but because there are no internal walls, that doesn't apply to us. But it's pretty harsh what you have to do to a house to not make it count as a dwelling. And that doesn't make sense. It's an asset that can be used for family, for emergency accommodation, domestic violence, floods, bushfire, what have you. There will always be times where a small little place like that can come in handy to support somebody.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. And I want to pronounce your name right. Is it
Josina, if you like.
Josina?
Yep.
Thank you. Just in relation to, and I've had a read of your submission, and obviously there's a beautiful picture of the house that you currently have on that block. Is it the circumstance that that house isn't suitable for you and your wife now that I guess you're getting older and there are a number of stairs and the like? Is that sort of, I guess, part of the issue?
That's at the core of the issue. So the house itself is timber. You access it via 3 steps.
Yep.
So it makes it immediately unsuitable for wheelchair access.
Yeah.
Access to the bedroom is a steep ladder
Yep.
rather than stairs, and yeah.
And so you spoke about the fact that it's in order to have a house on the block of land that you own that is suitable, I guess, as you age, and you want probably something that's single level, flat, that provides access as you get older, so that you're not like climbing up to a loft. You can't do that under the current rules until you decommission that existing house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's because Tweed Shire has a rule that any second dwelling has to be under the same roof line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the exact definition is of attached. Today I read it was sharing a wall.
Yeah.
It just doesn't fit. If you look at
Yeah.
the picture, you can extend it a little bit, but
Yeah. So you're in effect, you're forced to either knock that house down or decommission it, so that you can then build the house that's suitable for you.
yeah, it's not one preceding the other. I understand that we can keep the old house and live there until we have the occupation certificate, but it will be a condition of the DA to decommission the house afterwards.
And of course, I guess you're suggesting that, in the midst of a housing crisis and the fact that it's not a 5-bedroom, double-storey mansion, we're talking about a small dwelling that is, less than 50 square metres with a loft in it, that in circumstances where you might be able to provide housing, whether it be short-term or long-term, to somebody that's struggling to actually find accommodation, it's ridiculous that the council would make you remove or decommission, a perfectly suitable dwelling simply because the rules are such that that's the only option available to you. Is that effectively what you're saying?
Yes, it doesn't really make sense. You can have an attached house, so I could build 4 bedrooms attached to the existing house, which would be a complete mess. But from an effects perspective, environmental and traffic and what have you, it's really the same thing, right?
We heard evidence from the mayor that said that, I guess, allowing a second dwelling on a property such as yours would impact potentially the, prime agricultural aspects of your property. But that's not the case on your property, is it?
I don't think so.
That's not what.
I think the place was subdivided in the early 80s, I would say.
Yeah.
And the block that we occupy is really not suited for agriculture at all.
Okay.
So,
and so, also, I guess, in those circumstances, if there was, I guess, a flood or fire risk, the property would be, one side, or the other. Is it going to create some safety issue, do you believe, that if there was to... No,
Not flood or fire.
I don't think so, no.
Well, inundation was definitely mentioned too, so...
Insects.
Yeah, circumstance. I know. I'm seeking to...
Sorry, Chair, just because the Hansard will reflect strangely, the member and I are having a short conversation. I am a bit concerned that the member, I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but is in fact misrepresenting some of the evidence of a previous witness. The previous witness, namely the mayor, spoke about all of these issues, not as if they apply to every lot, but as if they could, or they were isolated. So obviously, flood and fire can apply separately, i.e. if you've got an area that is not in floodplain but is then maybe subject to fire, but the member is making out that the previous witness suggested that all of these things apply at once: agricultural loss, fire and flood. The witness gave evidence that those things can happen in an isolated way.
Chair, I'm unsure if that was a point of order, but if it was a point of order, I would certainly make clear. I would submit to the point of order that the member, I think, made that.
Thank you.
That in effect, I'm seeking to understand which of these aspects that were raised by the mayor would apply to this property. So,
well, why don't we hear? We'll let Mr. Fang continue his question, and then we'll head straight to Ms. Higginson.
Thank you.
So you don't see that? I guess an ability to escape fire, flood, act of God, lightning strike, locust plague, or any of those things might be impacted by putting a second dwelling on that land?
No, not quite. Don't quite.
That's okay. I'm just as confused. I was as confused by her evidence as you seem to be by my question. In those circumstances, then, I guess what you're just seeking is a bit of common sense to what is a not necessarily a common issue, but one that's specific to your circumstance. But the rules are so black and white. Have you tried to talk to the Tweed Council about this, and have they recognised that this is an individual circumstance, that the circumstances aren't that you're going to, bring in a family of 7 or 8 and put them in that house, and that, all you're seeking to do is build a house that's suitable for your, as you age and you need something a bit more level, and that you don't want to then lose what can be effectively a residential area or residential property for somebody that needs it. Have you spoken to the council?
Yeah, we have. Like I mentioned before, we had this a preliminary meeting with the town planner from the council and explained pretty much like I did in the submission what we need and what we're planning.
And they just told you flat out no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, they didn't try and work with you. They didn't try and actually find a way to keep what is effectively a perfectly good 50 square metre house and allow you to then build a house that's suitable for your stage of life?
No, they didn't.
They didn't, okay. But now that we've got, I guess, the council having passed a motion by Councillor Kimberly Hone about perhaps allowing a second dwelling, there's now some hope, a ray of hope for you, that you could actually get a bit of common sense out of this council. Is that correct?
Well, what I read was that the land size required for second detached dwelling was, I think, 10 acres.
Yeah.
And ours is just under 5, so that wouldn't apply to us.
So it doesn't apply, but, you know...
Certainly our house is, you know, what people would call a granny flat, you know,
Yeah.
typically. And that's what it is, and we feel strongly that there should be provision in the plans to allow that in circumstances like this. If you travel from our place about 2 or 3 kilometers towards Yukai, there's a development, Panorama. I'm not sure when it was subdivided, probably decades ago, but they built that in the last 2 or 3 years, and there's small lots between, you know, 1 and 2 acres, a few larger ones, and the first place, they sold 23 lots there. So if you drive through the rural landscape, you know, you suddenly see what looks, or starting to look like a suburb. And there's a second stage coming, probably another 20 or so lots. And I don't per se have a problem with that, but it feels unfair that we trying a gentle approach, you know, to maintain an asset while still having the quality of life that we need. So it's unfair. We would impact our property.
It's unfair,
the neighbors
there's
very
like
little.
common sense.
On the other side, no, very close by, you have a fairly dense development.
Mr. Awad, I just wanted to ask you briefly.
Indicating I've got a couple of questions as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
My apologies,
We
Chair,
do need to be careful with the timing.
No, I understand
We've
that.
only got about another 5 minutes with these.
Mr. Awad, just if I could just ask you quickly, in circumstances where your block of land clearly hasn't got a dwelling on there, it's only because of the fact that there was no previous dwelling on there that it hasn't been permitted. Do you think there's a lack of common sense in relation to Ballina Shire Council accepting that, you know, this is something that is reasonable and fair in the circumstance?
I think that, as with most legislation, I think that it was probably crafted with the best of intentions years ago, and I'm not sure the exact origins of where these minimum lot size requirements came in. I do know that they exist with regards to subdivision, which I support. I don't support subdivision because that's death by 1,000 cuts. There was talk around a lot of the concessional lots of days gone by, and I'm not looking for any reinstatement of that. We don't advocate that. Our properties are, they're a fact on the ground, literally. They exist. We're not looking to create anything that is new. They exist as they are, and some, such as ours, have existed for 140 years now, plus as they are. So I think I would like to see flexibility. It's not about, I suppose, fairness or not. It's that there is no flexibility in the system that allows for it. So what we're trying to do, again, is actually the intended use of agriculture. We're trying, and that's in the face of seeing all these properties around us that are being sold as trophy lifestyle properties where they have an existing orchard or an existing farm on them that's being ripped out. And then they just have 100 acres of lawn to mow. And that really, really saddens me, because agriculture, I've been involved in the food industry here in the Northern Rivers for several years, and in a leadership position. I was the chair of Northern Rivers Food for a point, and food security is a massive issue for us in the region, and we're trying to buck the trend of all these farms disappearing, and we have found that we are really, to the point of can't do it without being able to live on the property. As everyone who testifies in front of you will tell you, having a second dwelling really helps them be able to ensure every bit of viability for those properties. We just want one. And that's it. And there are quite a few others that are in the same boat. And we're sort of unrepresented constituency because, you know, we're just out there and we're trying. So fairness is an issue. I think just flexibility. And it's not just Ballina, it's an issue that exists to some degree or another statewide. The reason you're seeing it up here in the Northern Rivers more, and I suspect because, you know, you've got 110 submissions, what 30-40% of them were from the Northern Rivers, it seems, is because we have such an acute housing crisis here and pressures and everything. But
Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you if I could about so if you were to propose and put your DA in for your second dwelling, would you be required to have an asset protection zone, or is your land already cleared for bushfire risk?
No, we had a bushfire assessment that's already done. So we have an asset protection zone, 16 meters, I think, from the western fence line we need to build. And I suppose that place for the new dwelling is a much safer place than
So you
the currently one.
You wouldn't need to do clear any more vegetation for the purpose? Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if the existing dwelling was still classified as a dwelling through whatever miracle. Then I think some building standards and bushfire regulations would apply too. What that would mean, I don't know. We haven't explored that fully.
So it's, I mean, I'm obviously, I can't know exactly where your property is, but I'm fairly familiar with the area, and I suspect that you probably would have to, there probably would be some bushfire requirements, and I think that
they are, but where we build it's completely cleared.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a disturbed site. It has a garage and water tanks on it. The next trees are 20-30 meters away. So, if I recall correctly, in the bushfire report there was no mention of vegetation to be cleared.
Thank you. And Mr. Elwood, just briefly, have you has council given you any reason other than the fact there is no dwelling entitlement? Have they given you any mechanism as to how you might navigate that, or it's just been a blank, no, you can't, from Ballina Council?
Council has been very reluctant to engage with us in discussions. We have talked with councillors who have been, councillors are largely supportive until they have talked with planning staff, and planning staff have provided, to my knowledge, several arguments that are straw man and slippery slope, and
so that's I think that's what I'm trying to understand. If you could throw one of those at us, so
well, an example would be that they have held up an estate, a rural estate that probably never should have gone ahead, but it did, and it was obviously approved through council. They've held that up and said, look, if we have a rural strategy, if we allow dwelling entitlements on these properties, this is what's going to happen. And it's not at all what will happen. They've said that they've implied that we have all bought these properties really cheaply, and we will realize a large financial gain if they give us a dwelling entitlement, and therefore they can't do that, which again is not the case. You know, at least in our circumstance, we paid over market for it. And so it's, and they've trying to think of another example.
But just on that first one, is what you're saying that your understanding of that is if they said where there's no previous dwelling entitlement, if we entertain the idea of lifting that, there could be a kind of, I don't want to use the term floodgate, but there could be, it could set a precedent for following other landholders. That's one of,
well, it certainly would set a precedent, but I would ask, is that a bad precedent? If they
either or, just
someone who's really trying to work the land and do that, and they facilitate that, they enable that.
I think that's definitely the second thing. Everybody there may be various opinions, but what I'm saying is that your understanding in terms of that first argument they've put to you?
I think that underlies it. I certainly think that there's. It's very hard for me to understand because I'm approaching it from a very logical point of view, and I think that there may be some fear underlying it, or something of I don't know, but they're there would not be a floodgate, really. And particularly if they just, what I would like to see is, in addition to the LEP, the clauses that mandate a minimum lot size and a few other requirements, if they added something in there and simply said, if the applicant is undertaking genuine agricultural use on the property, and demonstrated agricultural use, if they're registered as a prime producer or something similar to that.
And something along the lines of protecting biodiversity, those sort of things, if that was one of the concerns.
Absolutely, yeah, something like that. And that's another opportunity, a way forward. And it allows us to manage the property properly. As everyone that will come in front of you will tell you, you need to be on the land to manage it and work it. And we've found that out the hard way, and we're continuing to deal with it. But that's all we ask is that opportunity to be able to do that. And I think that's a reasonable ask.
Thank you.
So.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ms Higginson. Ms Savale.
Mine were all answered by
All right, okay.
questions, so yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank
Thank
you.
You didn't ask, you weren't going to ask the questions I asked?
No.
Oh, it's a shame.
Thanks.
They were good questions.
Okay, well, look, gentlemen, thank you very much. We enjoyed your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us today and making time to give evidence. Can I ask, starting with the lady on my left, if you could please state your name and position and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
It's Siobhan Alice Withers, known as Alice. And my position is...
Now, Ms Withers, could I ask you to move the microphone
Yes.
a little bit closer?
Sure. I'm a resident of Durambar. I work in Murwillumbah at Mount St Patrick Primary School in the library. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's John Colvin. I live at Fingal Head, just across the river. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you or both of you like to make an introductory statement?
Like to make
An introductory statement.
Yes, please. Thank you for inviting me to give evidence today. My late father's family have farmed in New South Wales for over 200 years and do so to this day. My late mother's family have lived here in the border district since before Queensland separated from New South Wales in 1859. Until age 26, I was a farmer and grazer on the border between Texas and Tenterfield. After that, I pursued a career in IT and telecommunications and completed an MBA before retiring to the Tweed. Farmers aren't environmental vandals, they're environmental custodians. In the 1970s, my family successfully fought to carve a cave with a bat colony out of a new limestone mine on our property. City people have work-life balance, a separation between home and work. Farmers don't. Their home is their work 7 days a week. If a cow is stuck in a dam likely to drown, they don't clock off, they save the cow. City people often don't understand the lack of access to social and emergency services in the country. It's much better here than west of the ranges, but consider what happens if a farmer has a heart attack or breaks a bone. They can't call 000 or a friend because there's no mobile or Wi-Fi coverage. And if there is, they may need to find their own way to hospital if the ambulance is over an hour away. There are no buses or Ubers to take them and often no doctors to treat them. It's cruel and unfair for elderly farmers to live alone and uncared for while paying the taxes that fund these services in towns and cities. The farmers aren't asking for a handout, they aren't even asking for equal treatment, an ambulance station within 30 minutes and a doctor in every town. They're asking for the freedom to solve their own problems as a family, as a business, at no cost to their community.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Colvin, I enjoyed your submission, very succinct and very professionally put together. Can I ask what your occupation is?
I'm a retired IT and telecommunications consultant. I did a lot of reports, and I was a project director on projects of up to, in today's money, maybe $2 billion.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've heard in some of the submissions and some of the testimony we've heard today, people have said that there's quite a large number of illegal residents in place at the moment. And there's some have suggested that we should give an amnesty to all of those. What can I ask your opinion on that?
I think that all of those, any buildings should meet the building code that was in place when they were built. So for example, where I came from, there'd be shearers' quarters and all sorts of things. They need to be to a reasonable standard. But as well as that, I probably spent $10 million, 10 years in the mining industry in Western Australia, and we'd live in a donga, 3 rooms to a donga, so our room would be maybe the size of this little area here, and then we might have our own toilet and shower, or might share one with the next room. So people who work in rural areas are quite used to living in those kinds of conditions. They don't have to be, you know, the kind of houses that we see on the hill over here.
Thank you. Ms. Withers, just to remind us, how large is your property in terms of acreage?
I actually only have a 4-acre property, so I'm not here so much. Well, I'm here for a different reason, to actually advocate more for opening it up to any size rural zoned block, or even say an acre or larger, as I feel that that's quite discriminative just in itself. If it's a rural zone block and you're undertaking some sort of rural or farming practice, you shouldn't be, you know, not given the same opportunity as someone with a 5-acre block or a 5-hectare block or a 100-acre block or bigger. Yeah, that's probably my biggest point to make for today.
And do you have neighbours and other people you know in the local area which are in a similar situation to you?
Yes, some, yes.
And I'm guessing this is something that's of acute concern to them, and it's been a frustration to them for many years.
I guess so. I haven't really discussed it in detail with my neighbours, but I'm sure, you know, if the opportunity was there for them, and they're in a similar situation to me, I would say that they would agree with me. There's not that many blocks my size in my local vicinity. Some are bigger, but then some are smaller too. So yeah, I'd say they would agree with me. I think there's, I think of the 5,600 or whatever of rurally zoned properties in the region, there is a percentage, only a small percentage of smaller ones, but I'm sure that most would feel that they'd be being discriminated against just by being a smaller lot size, not being included.
Mr. Deputy Chair, do you have some questions?
Yes, thank you, and thank you both for your attendance here today and for your submissions as well. Ms. Withers, your story is quite an emotive one in terms of looking after your family as part of your submission as well. Where are they placed at the moment? How are they getting by?
Well, actually, since I did the submission, my son and his wife and their 4 children are moving into my house with me, and I am in the process of trying to build in my garage to fit them in, because they cannot afford or get a rental in the area. The house they've been renting for 5 years now has just gone on the market. and they cannot get another rental that would fit their family, that they could afford. Either way, even if they could afford it, they would have a very hard time finding one. So our only solution is to do this. So the children are sharing bedrooms, and we want to keep them in the area they grew up in. That we don't want the children to have to move schools. We don't. Well, my son. They're both wanting to stay in the area with their jobs, that sort of thing. So the only alternative for them was to move a long way away. And this is now what we're faced with, is we're cramming into my 3-bedroom house.
And I guess that is the reality. We have all these discussions about what would be an appropriate sized house. We have all the discussions about what the impact would be in the local community if you had the additional population to these areas. But the reality is that without allowing a secondary dwelling, you have, 6 people coming into a 3-bedroom home instead.
Yes, that's right. So.
And Ms. Withers, if you were allowed to build a secondary dwelling on your premises, what would you be looking at doing? Have you done any investigations into that at all?
I have I was told originally that no, I wouldn't be able to put anything further on. I have, and it's not been confirmed, but one person I approached about putting a granny flat, which was the best we thought we could do, she felt, and she does this a fair bit, she's a draftsperson in the area, she felt that I would have an okay chance of putting a 60 square metre granny flat somewhere on the property, close by to, but she wasn't sure that I would get that passed. And even then, I mean, that was, since my submission, I found that out, not a confirmed thing. But for us, that still wouldn't, I mean, I could probably live in that, but the rest of my family would still be living in a 3-bedroom house and sort of half in the garage. So I don't want necessarily, I just feel that it's, for me, in my personal situation, if I could build a house, a second dwelling, it wouldn't necessarily be anything huge. It would just be able to accommodate members. I also have 2 other daughters who are in the same boat, who cannot afford to, their, well, one's just finished uni, the other one is in a casual teaching position, can't get a permanent position at the moment, but neither of them can afford to live either other than in share accommodation, and I would love to be able to offer them the opportunity to build on our family farm as well, so and have their families grow up there. So yeah, that's my personal position at this point.
So on a 4-hectare property, I take it with a 3-bedroom house, it's not particularly large. What is the rest of the property used for a premise?
At the moment, my daughter is just finished her naturopathy. We'll be growing, hoping, she's already started growing natural herbs and things. It's not, it has its own dam, its own water supply. We are obviously completely, we have obviously tank water and septic system, which would be the case, and solar would be also utilised, so we wouldn't be drawing on anything, but yes, we would just have at least one other livable dwelling that, you know, even they could live in, or because I'm obviously not going to be there forever. Once I retire, I may move somewhere into a little place, or I'll try and stay there if I can, but which would be lovely if there was that room for me. But yeah, for us, it's about keeping family together in the place that they want to be, rather than them having to move.
And a practical solution to addressing the housing crisis.
And the property would stay within the family. They would be, my daughter would be growing her herbs and things, and yeah, everyone could stay at school and live their lives the way it was sort of their intention, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Colvin, as you pointed out, you live across at Fingal. You have no skin in the game, but have put together an excellent submission. And I think following on from Ms. Withers' commentary there, you outline in your submission about the rates of homelessness in the Tweed and the highest rates in the state and the challenges there. Just interested, you've of course outlined your connection to the land and that, but what made you actually put forward this submission, having no personal skin in the game, and is it from your observance of the challenges facing the local community?
Similar people sort of hang around with each other, and being a farmer, I hang around with farmers, and so I hear these stories, I won't say from day to day, but certainly from week to week and month to month, where somebody says, you know, I bought this 10 acres or something like that, and I've got, I'm 70 years old, and there was an old house there, which might have been a 1970s kit home or something, and the homestead was run down, an old Queenslander, and so I've done the old Queenslander up, and I'm running a landscaping business here and doing some farming, but my kids can't come and stay with me and look after me now I've had a heart attack, because I'm not allowed to have a second house. The second house is there, it's just unoccupied. And so I sort of look at that and think to myself, well, you know, why would you do that? I see all these houses that are, I think they've just been sold now, but at the time of my submission, there are all these houses that have been zoned uninhabitable for no reason other than that they've been in a flood, perfectly good houses. Why don't you move them 5 miles up the road rather than send them to landfill in terms of homelessness? And the other thing is that I think the government needs to take some responsibility. I'm not saying this government, but governments generally have pumped a lot of money into the economy over the last 10 years, and it really hasn't helped because the money has to have somewhere to go, and in this case it's gone into houses, and houses are worth as much money as you can pay for them. If I want a better house than you and I've got more money than you, that works. If you've got more money than me, that works for you. But really the value of a house is the amount of money you've got. And so I think the government's created this housing price problem, maybe inadvertently. I'm a beneficiary of it, but I do see how all of these other people, they've got their kids who are trying to move out of Sydney because they can't afford to live there anymore. So they could get up here and get a bit of a foothold in. They could look after mum and dad, so you don't have all the, you know, social services coming out to see mum and dad every day from town. They could be looking after them and doing their grocery shopping, etc. And quite often the home's already there. It could even be a manufactured home. You know, there are plenty of they do manufacture homes around here. A lot of people around here live in manufactured homes. We have a large number of manufactured home parks, and so everything is here for someone to just whack in a few stumps and put a house there. I don't think they'd be put on arable land normally. They wouldn't need to knock down any trees. They just need to throw some stumps in the ground and drive in with a semi-trailer with a manufactured home on the back of it. But that's more than a granny flat. You can't expect a couple who've been farming for 40 years, living in their homestead, to move out into a granny flat so the kids can take the house, and you can't expect the kids who've been living in town in a 3-bedroom house to move into a granny flat and maybe put some cubby houses and tents out the back for the kids. The whole attached granny flat thing is totally unnecessary in the bush.
Thanks, Mr. Colvin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Now, I know Mr Fang has some questions, but...
Burning questions, Chair. They're burning questions.
Burning questions, yes. I think we might hear from Mr Valve, representing the government, who's a bit underweight today, so...
Thank you,
catch her up.
Chair. I just have a couple of quick questions.
She carries the government.
Thank you to you both for your submissions. They're very, very insightful, and particularly yourself, Ms Withers, for bringing the perspective that you have. It sort of hasn't been heard through the inquiry to date, so it's a really useful perspective for the committee to hear. I wanted to ask you, off the bat of your submission at point F, where you talk about flood mapping, elevation and environmental considerations, having a performance-based approach to that. Can I ask you what has sort of driven this? Has there been some experience at your end in trying to get through this, or what is the merit that you see, or examples you can give us from that?
Well, from the flood perspective, that's not relevant to me. I'm not in any sort of flood zone, and I agree that no further housing should be built anywhere near flood zoning or allowed to be. As far as that, well, I also have the environmental, and I'm not even sure where that's, is it the environmental change in legislation was coming onto my property and actually going to cut, I think it was about an acre off my property, as far as I wasn't allowed to touch it anymore. I'm not sure whether that's actually progressed it any further. I did lodge a, and not, you know, my feelings towards that. I'm all for environment. I absolutely am all for looking after the environment. My property, I have just cleared 50 camphor trees off my property at my own expense to be able to make it, and I'm in the process of planting local Indigenous bush tiger food and flora and fauna, wildlife in vegetation, attracting vegetation. So I'm putting a lot of effort into my little property to make it as environmentally friendly as I possibly can at my own expense. But it's my legacy to my children, and they're going to inherit that property. I have 3 of them, 3 children, and it's just a little unfair to, if someone with, you know, a larger block can pop a house on and all their family can be there. That's my biggest point, I suppose, and mine, that we're all working together on this property. It would be lovely if they felt that they could take it on and all live there, or at least 2 of them, and do what they want with the property, continue it on. So that's, yeah.
And in your conclusion, you urge the committee to recommend reforms that enable the second dwellings on rural zone land over 1 hectare in size through streamlined, complying development pathways. We've heard this morning from Tweed Council about, you know, some changes that they're looking at that were passed recently, but that is obviously on rural properties in excess of 10 hectares, which is much larger than what you have proposed. I wanted to get your thoughts on, we also heard from Tweed Council, I should say, that there are 13,000 lots that have been approved, residential lots that have been approved, but are yet to be brought to market. And so I'm sympathetic to your circumstances and the plight that you're in. I wonder whether you could foresee any unintended knock-on consequences of allowing, you know, there to be those secondary dwellings on rural zone land over 1 hectare in size, in terms of property developers.
There's just so few of them. There's so few in the Tweed Shire.
Yeah.
And if the environmental impacts of something like 13,000 residential lots being approved, and the impacts of that, and the impacts of I think there's, I'm not sure exactly, 260 or maybe a bit more than that. I did look it up, I can't think right now, of the smaller lots that would be excluded in the Tweed Shire. That impact is far smaller than something like, you know, the impact of 13,000 lots or something like King's Forest. My block actually is quite close to there, and I know what's happened in that. I've been watching what's been happening there and the changes and the impact. The impact of those, and not of all those smaller blocks, not every one of them, in fact probably a 10%, 15%, I don't know, not every one of them is going to go and put another house on that small block. And even if they did, there's ways of being able to control what that dwelling is used for. I mean, there could be things written into the legislation. I mean, in my case, it's for family to continue on doing what they want to do. The impact would be minimal in that it's septic system. There's no, it's all contained. There's no. I'm not clearing any more land. In fact, I'm doing the opposite of that. I'm actually making sure it's the most environmentally friendly property it can be, and the children would agree. So, I think you just have to put covenants or put legislation in to avoid, I guess. But I still feel it's such a small amount. When you talk about 13,000 lots in the Tweed, about residential lots, and the maybe 200 odd of these small lot properties having an extra house, the impact is so minimal. But yet, for those people, a maximum. And my family, there's no way they can afford any of those lots of land. Never will be able to. They are not that. It's just not going to be
the prices are extraordinary.
Possible. Yeah.
Mr. Colvin, in your submission, you talk about there being, and what we heard from a previous witness about blocks of lands that have no dwelling entitlement. I wondered if you were able to comment on that and what mechanism or anything that you could suggest that the committee might want to recommend around that.
I think that might have been fairly comprehensively dealt with by the former witness who sat in this position, the American, the Canadian fellow.
Ms. Darwin, yeah.
How do you know it's American?
No problem. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you,
That's all from me.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. I know we've only got about a minute left, but Mr. Colvin, I just wanted to ask, noting that your submission highlights a number of what you say are advantages to allowing a second dwelling, given that you've heard some of the evidence previously to this inquiry, do you see that there's any credible negatives to allowing a second dwelling, or do you think that a lot of the arguments that are put up are perhaps spurious at best?
I won't say, well, I would say that maybe there's a misunderstanding. So I said before about the difference between being able to call an ambulance and not being able to call an ambulance. If you can call an ambulance and you've got a mobile phone, then you can call an ambulance. And we hear arguments about whether O is down for 10,000 people or whether, well, there are a million people who don't have O every day. And whether an ambulance takes 22 minutes or 28 minutes to get there. When my father died, the ambulance said, take us 2 hours to get there, sounds like he's dead. If he's not dead yet, he'll be dead by the time we get there, and we don't transport dead bodies, so you get an undertaker. Now, that's what I'm trying to get away from. So I'm saying we don't want to have, it would be really nice if we had mobile phone coverage. A lot of people, you can almost see places from here that have Elon Musk Starlink. Because they don't have NBN or mobile phone coverage. And I think that's a bit of a disgrace on the edge of probably the 5th or 6th biggest city in Australia. But nevertheless, if you're not going to give them mobile phone coverage, you're not going to give them ambulances, you're not going to give them doctors, and I'm not just talking about Tweed here, you need to give them a family member or a friend who'll be there to at least give them CPR or maybe throw them in the back of a car and head towards mobile phone coverage.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got one question. Just on the communications, wouldn't it have been good if we hadn't sold it all off and we'd kept it in public ownership? Then we could control it. Sorry, that was not my question. Ms. Withers, I'm just curious, would you, if you were able to build the second dwelling to the standard you want and the size and so forth, would you be required, do you think, with your current understanding, to upgrade or increase your on-site sewage system capacity, or do you think it would carry the increased load?
If it was a separate dwelling, it would have its own. It would not link into the one I've got.
So you would require a whole new on-site sewage system to build?
Yes,
thank you.
Yes.
That was all. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Higginson. Well, thank you very much for your evidence today. We've found your contributions valuable. Now, we're going to pause for a 15-minute break, and then we've got 2 more after. Thank you.
We have a lot of breaks. Yeah.
into the house so the dogs can come and stay.
There you go.
Kills them.
Do you want that?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got our final two witnesses. So could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Damien Jenkins. The affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kimberly Hone. I'm a Tweed Shire councillor, and I'll just do the oath. I swear that the evidence now I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, we'd normally ask for a short statement at this point in time, but I understand, Councillor Hone, you did make a submission, but we've had a glitch.
Yes.
So maybe we can start with you and tell us what was the summary of your submission. But we will read, but we have not read at this stage.
Can I just, Chair, sorry for the interruption, but can I just confirm, Ms Hone is here in your individual capacity, not as on behalf of council or any to that effect.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll just go with my statement if that's okay,
Please
because
do,
it's
yes.
kind of a summary anyway. So I thought that I can't really add any more than what's been said today. I think all the speakers here have been brilliant, but I did want to start with three stories that bring this whole issue into reality and are in real time. So just a few weeks ago, a single father with 3 kids was removed from his shed on a rural property because he can't live there because we don't have these measures in place yet. I don't know where that family is going to go. Like, where are they going to go? Another family of 3 generations, 4 families actually, living in 2 properties on a rural dwelling, have also been asked to demolish their homes and remove themselves from at least one of those homes. Again, one of those kids has a severe disability. I don't know where that family is going to go. Another couple, elderly couple who have a very successful rural farming business and also horticultural business, can no longer manage that on their own. They've asked their younger generation, their son and family, to come back and live on the property to manage that business, and they'll move into a second smaller dwelling. They've been asked to remove that second dwelling. They can't live in that second dwelling. So they can't manage their business, and they can't bring their next generation to come and manage that business. So again, we've got another family that doesn't have a future, doesn't have a solution moving forward. The reason why I wanted to share these particular 3 stories, and there's many more, but these are the most recent, all in the last couple of months and even in the last couple of weeks. These stories really indicate three factors that I wanted to bring to your attention. Firstly, allowing second detached dwellings on rural property provides affordable housing, and in many cases these houses are completely off the grid. Secondly, it keeps families together in a time when extra support is needed. And it helps farmers bring the next generation in, or supportive hands in, to help manage their farms and enterprises. The average land and house price in the Tweed Shire is 1.5 million. As you can imagine, that's quite expensive. With the land being the most expensive item at about 1 million on average. Rural land parcels provide land ready to build on, instantly reducing the cost of a home by $1 million. This is why allowing second detached dwellings on rural properties is the cheapest, easiest and quickest way to build homes. Currently, our council will only allow second detached dwellings on 40 hectares. A few weeks ago, I moved a motion which was carried that would allow detached secondary dwellings on 10 hectares or more. I would actually like that to be far less than 10 hectares. And I know that the community sentiment is out there, at least to be 5 hectares or even smaller. But when I moved that motion, that was the only numbers that I could get in support in the council. But here's the statistics of why the current stance of 40 hectares or more is almost laughable. With RU1, there are only roughly 13% of properties greater than 40 hectares. That's a total of 104 properties. With RU2, there are only 10% greater than 40 hectares. 71% are less than 10 hectares and 61% are less than 5 hectares. So we go from potentially providing land for a couple of hundred homes
to possibly thousands of homes, in fact around about 4,000 to be exact. Again, the average cost to build a new home is about $500,000. It's still a major hindrance to most new home buyers or even a family who's trying to build a second dwelling. The Ballina Shire has had, most councils actually surrounding the Tweed Shire, all councils surrounding the Tweed Shire allow second detached dwellings, but Ballina Shire provides a really good example of the uptake. Since they've allowed second detached dwellings, they've only had an extra uptake of 2 extra properties a year being built. So we're not looking at a major shift in rural communities. We're still looking at a slow uptake, and that is because the cost of building in Northern Rivers is really expensive. The cost to get materials here is expensive, and it's very difficult to get trades because we compete with the infrastructure that's being built on the Gold Coast all the time. So jobs are going north all the time. All 5 surrounding councils, like I said, already have this measure in place. And even Tweed Shire, for example, which we've already touched on today, allow attached dwellings. So we're not increasing the possibility of more population to our rural areas. We already have that as a possibility. I'm just simply asking for these buildings to be detached. Last year at the local government, New South Wales in Tamworth, I supported a motion by Tweed Shire Council to allow for rates to be applied to secondary dwelling on rural land to be set by each individual council. But I would like to make these points if we go down the path of discussing rates. Many secondary rural dwellings do not use town water, they rely on tank water. They don't use town sewers, they rely on septic. And many do not travel to work because their business is on their property. I'd also like to note that residential granny flats or small secondary dwellings in residential properties do not force additional rates, because the rateable amount is based on the value of the land itself, regardless of how many homes are built there. I'm gathering that the biggest challenge set before you all today is not the need on rural housing. It's not whether we can change legislation to allow it, but it's how do we rate it? How do we collect funds from these homes? I would suggest that possibly there's a way that we could do community contributions, similar to what a developer would do if they're building a block of units. Normally, the council would approach the developer and say, can you contribute to the footpaths in your area or the local pool or whatever it is. And normally that would be done in quite a large lump sum upfront. But I'm suggesting that we do community contributions on these second detached dwellings yearly. So they're not based on an indexed percentage, and they don't go up with inflation, but they're based on what the community in that particular area needs. I'm very confident and very thankful for all of you here today. I do believe that if you allow yourselves to get creative, we can come up with a solution that benefits communities, council and the state government, and also helps fix the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Jenkins, do you have an opening statement?
Well, firstly, I refer to a couple of documents in my speech, and I've provided the staff over there with multiple copies to be spread, and that includes my short speech now. So, good afternoon, committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence. It was interesting to note that out of 110 submissions, only 64 were from individuals. Of these, 58% had the name suppressed. It begs the question why. My belief is they are afraid of retribution. My submission was brief and to the point because I, like many others, are fatigued by the number of previously lodged submissions that have achieved nothing. Our farm is one of 10 properties greater than 76 hectares with RU1 zoning. It is featured on calendars, New South Wales Land Services publications, and even Tweed Shire Council letterhead. Copies are provided. 7 years ago, our family pooled resources to purchase our farm with the intention of the family living and working on the property. To this end, we followed the path of forming a multiple occupancy, MO. However, on the eve of lodging our DA, we were advised council had changed the rules to disallow all MOs in the Tweed Shire. Subsequently, we found we had no alternative but to subdivide the farm with the intention of gaining 2 housing entitlements as attached dwellings. Our DA 25/0086 was submitted to Tweed Shire Council, and after 157 days, including on-site visits, or 9 days before the council meeting, because it had been called up, we were notified it did not meet their requirements for attached dual occupancy because they felt the garage space relative to living space was too large.
Are you serious?
Our planners worked the weekend and nights to redraw the plans, bearing in mind we're only given 9 days notice, only to be informed there was no time to submit or amend our DA. On the 23rd of July 2025, stage 1 and 2 of our DA was approved, but not stage 3. To this date, we have not been able to commence construction as we still await more approvals and paperwork. These, of course, are at additional costs. Our costs to date in these planning processes exceed $200,000, excluding the hours incurred by our family. Part of the documentation supplied, I submit copies of the summary our town planner provided to council on the day of our hearing, as it was called up by councillors for determination, notwithstanding it was recommended for approval by Tweed Shire Council Planning Department. I would also like to point out that in my experience, most farmers are conservationists, as their land is their biggest single asset, which provides their livelihood, so soil health is paramount. Many people in our community claim to be conservationists, but farmers actually practice it. They know weed control is best dealt with by improving soil pasture and density. As a final point, I would like to endorse extended family farming and living, as it encompasses a shared knowledge of skills, history and storytelling. It provides physical and emotional support from childcare to aged care on the family farm and within the family unit.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. Now, I would like to ask you about a point that you just made, and that is that you're saying that 56% of submissions had their name suppressed from an individual. And you're saying that your belief is that they are afraid of retribution. Now, that is somewhat alarming. Is that retribution from neighbours unhappy with them or from council bureaucrats?
Both.
Okay, and what type of retribution could that be?
Well, how recent do you want it? In the past week, the road that we live on, Bakers Road, council, without any discussion with the residents and the farmers on Bakers Road, put up a 4.5 tonne truck limit. We spoke to Kimberley, sent her photos, said what's going on? I mean, this was the end of our farming life. We grow sugarcane and breed cattle. We can't bring the trucks on to take the harvested cane to the mill because there's a 4.5 tonne limit. And we also said, well, we adjoin a rural housing estate. That means all garbage services are going to end as well. I'm not on social media. I'm old-fashioned, but I understand Tweed Shire Council have responded. I've not seen it, whereby residents on the road are exempt of these requirements. They argue that part of the reason why they put the load limit on is because the amount of B-doubles and semi-trailers that use the road. I have a heavy vehicle licence and I can tell you couldn't drive a B-double on that road. It's just too narrow and windy. I think people are getting confused with a Ridgeon and a dog, but that's not a B-double.
And, sorry, if I can just clarify. So, Mr Jenkins, are you saying that load limit was placed in retribution of you appearing?
It could be. I'm saying it could be.
Okay.
I mean, I can give you many other instances in our DA, but I really encourage you all to get a copy of DA 250086 and read the saga that we've been put through.
Chair, could I ask some questions?
Yes, please, Mr.
And our town planner said never in his history of town planning has he ever come up with an argument that you've got too much garage space and not enough living space. I mean, our sons, you know, they're outdoor people and they want a gym in their garage, they want a pool table, their vehicle, a caravan, so their living area is small by comparison. They don't need a big living area. We're on 216 acres. That's our backyard.
Mr. Jenkins, when I read the submission you've just provided us, it is extraordinary. Can I, and I'm going to ask you this just so for clarification, there is no exaggeration in any of the evidence that you've just provided in the statement that this has actually occurred as you've written.
It's fact.
I think this needs to be referred to the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Planning. I think what's occurred here, if it is the case, is absolutely extraordinary. What you've said about your road is also extraordinary, that they would all of a sudden whack a 4.5 tonne limit on there without any consultation. Now, who made that decision?
Well, I asked the same question.
And what were you told? You're a resident there, you should be told.
We were told nothing, and the argument is semi-trailers and B-doubles. Produce a photo of a B-double on the road. You cannot drive a B-double on that road.
Now, you indicated that, was it recommended that your DA be approved by the council staff?
It was.
Evidence? And was it voted down by the
Stage 1 and 2 were.
Yep.
Stage 3 was turning sheds into residences and attaching them.
Yep.
The sheds originally were going to be built under SEPP 16, but then we found in totality we had more than 2,000 square metres of roof area because they included our undercover cattle yards, which we didn't realise were part of that maximum roof area. So we were then forced to lodge an application to legalise those sheds through the process with Tweed Shire Council, and my sons, they don't need a lot of living space. They've got 2 children each. One of them's a single parent. They were happy with 120 square metres of living space out of 180. The rest was going to be garage where, you know...
I see no trouble with that as somebody who likes their cars and likes to work on their cars and has a caravan and likes to work on their caravan and likes to work on their other devices like mowers and the like. It's not unreasonable. This is extraordinary what you've actually said. Now, Councillor Hone, I just wanted to ask you, you moved the motion in relation to second dwellings on properties of 10 hectares or more, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that was passed by the majority of councillors, is that correct?
Yes.
Who voted against the motion?
The Mayor and our Greens councillor.
Okay, so in those circumstances, why was it that council sent the Mayor, somebody that voted against the proposal, to represent council at this hearing today?
I'm not sure. That baffles me. I did say that, I did write a letter to the Mayor and the staff saying that, reminding them that they are bound by the motion that was carried, to be in defence of that. I was also told that it's standard practice to always send the Mayor, which I would argue is not accurate. I think the best person to have represented the community is someone who's been fighting for them and who has successfully moved a carried motion in council. Okay.
So, you would have heard the evidence from the Mayor today. Is it the case that council has concerns about issues such as protecting prime agricultural land, that having a separated dwelling not under one roof line is going to impact the ability for members to evacuate? Are those the sorts of things that were raised during that motion debate?
I've actually never heard the fire claim that was made today. That was a new one for me. I've not heard that issue. I've heard those who have opposed the issue be largely concerned more about what the rural vista will look like when you have an extra home, which I think these things can be mitigated anyway.
Yep.
And at the moment, we have a housing crisis, and I think what a rural vista looks like is not a priority.
Yep.
And then I've had other really ridiculous arguments in the chamber based around things like extra secondary detached dwellings will increase roadkill. Really silly things.
Yeah. Now, I noticed when the Mayor gave evidence, she, I guess, made a request of the committee to look at the ability for council to charge rates on second dwellings, if that was the case. When I asked her about whether that motion had passed, she indicated that it had, but I've had a look at some of the council records, and the amendment that the Mayor put up in relation to rates for a second dwelling was actually failed. You spoke about, I guess, amending the ability for council to get community
Consultation.
contributions.
Yeah.
The Mayor didn't indicate that at all in her submission. Is that part of the reason why do you think the Mayor wanted to actually appear today, pretending that she was actually supporting what the council had passed, but was in effect pushing her own agenda that she couldn't get past at council?
Possibly, I believe so. Largely, the council organisation have stressed to me their main concern is rates. Rather than just building homes, their concern is rates. I think that's appalling.
Yep.
And yes, you are right that the Mayor tried to make an amendment to put rates into my motion. That was not carried, that was lost. And then I sort of created a middle ground where I said we can investigate ways to contribute to gain rates or to get community contributions, and that is what was passed.
So that was, the Mayor provided misleading evidence to this committee. Is that?
Can we just, this is going...
We have a point of order from Mr. Hall, yes.
This line of questioning is pretty outrageous.
Yeah.
The submission from Tweed Shire Council, which I've got in front of me, and I'm happy to read out to the member, is a copy-paste of the resolution that at point 4 says investigate the ability to rate for a second dwelling in order to fund infrastructure requirement generated by the second home. Now, the Honourable Wes Fang has I think, misrepresented the witness's evidence from earlier today, and I think it's out of order.
And just to the point of order, and that further misrepresentation, I think it should also be offered to this witness to correct. And the fact that the Mayor's evidence that was given was entirely consistent with the Council's position, because there was an implication that for some reason it wasn't, and that's just not what anyone heard. And I think that's not very generous.
The Council's official submission was basically just restating the motion that Councillor Hone had put up. I think that
Chair,
Mr. Fang's questions are quite valuable.
But Chair, the point is that this whole line of questioning started with the Mayor coming here and giving evidence which was entirely consistent with the Council's position. And to suggest otherwise, which she did vote against, but to suggest that she hasn't come here and represented the Council's position is actually bringing this committee into a not
yeah, well,
very
I
good
heard
position.
the Mayor sounded, like she sounded like she was supportive of the concept. Okay, but Councillor Hone here proposed a motion, and only 2 councillors voted against it. So I rule that Mr. Fang's questions are in order.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one last question. Mr. Jenkins, just in relation to your saga, as I think is probably best described, what is the what options are available to you now? Obviously, you've spent a lot of money. You've had a lot of time dedicated to this matter.
What are our options now? Praying that you guys allow second detached dwellings on... We've got 16 acres, one of the 8th biggest properties in the Shire, and we're allowed one house. And that one house was built in 1936. It was the dairyman's house, and our son lives in it with his 2 daughters. They each have a bedroom and he sleeps in the lounge room.
Yeah, and so the question that I was going to ask is that under these circumstances that are clearly ridiculous. Has Tweed Council provided any avenue at all for you to have this looked at with a little bit of common sense, a little bit of sensibility, so that an adequate and reasonable outcome can be achieved for what is, you know, and not an unreasonable ask?
My son drove that DA because he's more skilled at that sort of thing than I, and my understanding is that we can lodge a further DA down the track, because that was stage 3 of our DA, and reapply at more cost, more time.
It is extraordinary. In the middle of a housing crisis, when the planning minister and the premier say that they want to see people in more housing, you've got councils such as this being absolute roadblocks. Mr. Jenkins, on behalf of the people of New South Wales, I'm sorry that you've had to go through this. I'll pass it over.
Ms. Higginson.
No, it's okay if you want to go to...
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today and for your submissions. I wanted to start with you, Mrs. Hone, if that's all right. The examples you gave us at the outset, and they're really concerning examples to hear about, you know, circumstances of those non-compliant dwellings where people have been now being asked to move. Are you able to let us know whether they are above 10 hectares or otherwise? Do you know? And what I'm trying to understand is, would they fall within the proposed reforms that you've got?
Yeah. Some of them are, some of them are not.
Yep.
For example, the single father, he's living in a shed.
Yep.
And so the flooring of that shed is deemed lower than the next possible flood. And so he must move out. And he's trying to save the money to build a house. So essentially he's been told to build a house to then build a house, which is ridiculous. So that's that one. The elderly couple, they are over 10 hectares. If you include all of their agricultural enterprises and horticultural enterprises, yes. I would have to double check the second property. I believe so, but I'd have to double check that. Yeah.
And you also mentioned in your opening statement that of the rural zone land, I think it was 71% were less than 10 hectares. You also stated the difference between, I think, 40, I'm just trying to get this, my understanding correct, the difference between 40 and 10 hectares is, so like what you've got currently compared to what you're proposing as a council, was the difference between a couple of hundred homes and 4,500, is that right?
Yeah. So with RU1, 13% are greater than 40 hectares.
Yep.
And 6% are less than 10 hectares. And then with RU2, 10% are greater than 40 hectares and 71% are less than 10 hectares.
Yep.
So yeah, largely showing there the difference between potentially providing a couple of hundred homes to providing potentially thousands.
A couple of thousand, yeah, thank you.
But it doesn't mean that we're going to have thousands straight away.
No, it's just that the scales, yeah. So you gave the example of Ballina as well, which I thought was really interesting. The measures that they have in place, are you able to advise the committee whether that is a 10 hectares and above scenario or whether that's less or more?
Yes, so theirs is the same, but they've got some measures written into their legislation. So, for example, and this is the argument that I've used with our councils, I've said all the concerns that you have around visual aspects or land clearing or anything else can be written into the legislation rather than just having a blanket rule against it. So, Ballina Shire has 4 elements. So the first one is that it doesn't hinder on agricultural land. Each dwelling has to have the same vehicular point of access, so the same driveway. I don't necessarily agree with that. It should be in the best place for the land, but that's theirs. Physically suitable for the development, so that may take in like a land slope. And then the last one is on-site disposal and management of sewage
And so
to
that's,
reduce pressure on their council.
yeah, and so that's for a detached
Yeah.
second dwelling.
Yeah.
And do they have a minimum land size for theirs? Do you know or not?
I thought theirs was the same as ours, but I would have to I just want to double check that and take that on notice.
Fine,
But
thank you.
I'm confident it's the same. But I'll take it on notice.
Thanks. I now just wanted to ask you about the what you're proposing around, recouping rates or community contributions, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The community contributions is a novel idea. That's something that hasn't been suggested. Certainly having a rating mechanism or at least some sort of a lever for local councils to help with their sustainability would be worthwhile. I just wondered whether or not you or others had given any consideration for how that would get through IPART. As I can see, that would be a necessary, you need to get your rates, increases through IPART, so whether or not that would be a potential impediment or otherwise.
This comes from your chair.
Local government
of the
inquiry,
local
no, yes.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Well, I think that similar to the way that a rate is calculated for a residential block, it should be based on the value of the land.
Yep.
So whether you take into consideration that an extra property adds value to that land or not, maybe that makes a change there. But really at the end of the day, it should be based on the value of the land. Yeah, that's all I can really add to that, except also when you start to go down that sort of route, I think it's up to each individual property, and that the value of every property changes based on what it's being used for, whether it's prime agricultural or not.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, thank you for your submission as well. I just wanted to ask, so currently your land is obviously well over the 40 hectares, but you're not looking at getting, the rural dwelling entitlement, the rural housing entitlement as...
Well, we have. We've picked one up, but the only way we could pick it up is by subdividing the land. So we had two parcels greater than 40 hectares.
Okay.
80 hectares, I think we've got about 85 hectares. I talk the old language, 216 acres, and 40 hectares is 100 acres. So we had 16 spare, I guess. So in round numbers, we cut it in half. So we had 206 acre blocks, and that then gave us a second housing entitlement. Right. That second housing entitlement, we then attempted to attach to another intended dwelling, attached, not detached, then we would have had 3 houses on the property.
And so the proposed changes that are before Tweed Council at the moment, is it your understanding that they would apply?
Yes, they would. I mean, it'll make it, we won't have to go down the path of resubmitting stage 3 of our DA to get the to try and meet the criteria of attached dwelling, because we'll have a second detached dwelling, but we might stay with our original plan anyway. But then on the second lot, I'll call it lot B, we pick up a second attached dwelling, and one son wants to build on that, and before and if there are any changes that will be good, we were then contemplating the original 1936 farmhouse either being turned into farm stay, or at worst we'll have to decommission it. And we're as a family, we've accepted that. But yeah, like allowing a second detached dwelling, and I don't know at what point it'll kick in from a land size point of view. We would certainly need it because we've got two now, or will have, separate titles of greater than 40 hectares each. But the council don't like land being cut up. We didn't want to cut it up, but we had no other alternative. Two councillors voted against our DA, and one of them, and you can go and get all the information about our DA, said, this looks like a housing development to me. Hello? 216 acres and one extra house, a housing...
Who was that?
Hardly like a residential subdivision, is it?
Well, that's what it's been claimed, and our neighbour even tells people we're doing a 200-lot subdivision.
Which councillor was that, Mr Jenkins?
Oh, Tweed Shire Council.
No, but which councillor said it would look like...
Do you want me to name a name?
Yes.
It was Nola Firth.
Okay.
And Meredith Dennis seconded her. Chris Cherry, because Kimberley wasn't present at that council meeting that our DA was determined, and today I said thanks to Chris Cherry for supporting our DA, but I think she was supporting her planning department because they recommended it.
Well, that's good to know.
Mr Jenkins, if I could just come back to just a sort of a couple of questions about the situation in front of us. In terms of your land at the moment, is it primary producer? Have you got primary producer status? Are you farming or active?
We've got these are round numbers, old language, about 60 acres of sugar cane. We cut just under 3,000 tonnes of sugar cane a year, and we breed cattle there. They're Charbray cows with an Angus bull over them. We sell the weaner heifer is a young female beast. We sell them, but the steers, we have another property at Tenterfield, and we take them up there to take them on the full-size bullocks, and generally our meat is exported and it's known as Jap ox because of the quality of it, but that's sort of a remote farming property, and if you're going to breed, you have to be on hand for calving issues and wild dogs, etc., where bullocks, they can look after themselves a bit. They only get a once in a 10-day visit from us, and they all come up and say, what lollies have you got for us?
I wondered whether or not you've received any, or at least considered receiving any advice around whether there would be implications to some of the primary producer benefits. It's a question I asked earlier witnesses today around exemptions from different taxes, or the capital gains tax benefits. If you sell, as in being exempt from capital gains tax, if you sell the property, whether or not you've received any advice from that, and whether that would be impeded at all by putting a second dwelling or otherwise on your property.
Or a farm stay.
Or a farm stay, yeah.
Oh, I think any form of dwelling on a property adds value to it. The previous mayor was dead against second detached dwellings because she said they'll make the farms unaffordable for everyone. Hello? There's more demand than there is supply. That's what makes the price go up. But look, I was a practicing accountant, so I've given myself a lot of advice. Look, there's no denying that we would gain a financial benefit, but we don't have a history of selling anything. Our family accumulate and work the land. I can't remember whenever we've sold a property. Because we're trying to pass our energies and efforts and success onto our family, because we believe in the ethic of hard work. And they've all got the same ethic. They love the land. We're trying to do it in a organic and diverse way. We get the mill mud because we're sugarcane growers, you probably know nothing about mill mud, but it's one of the most fertile and productive byproducts of crushing sugarcane. It's a very rich fertiliser, it's organic, and we put in a 24/7, regardless of weather, access, and made a dump so they can dump it 24 hours a day. We have a $40,000 Marshall spreader pulled by a $140,000 tractor that spreads that over our pasture, and in the 7 years we can see the improvement, not just in our carrying capacity, but the quality of the grass. And the best way to control weeds is improve your pasture. When you grow sugarcane, the drains do silt up over time. We have an excavator, we remove the silt, we stockpile it, we lime it to get rid of these acid sulfates for over a year or two. Then we spread that over what are called the bony or bare patches of our grazing land, again to enhance its productivity. I mean, we're not photographed and appearing on, yes, because the farm's going backwards, but we need manpower.
Did you know, Mr. Jenkins, that, you know, when you were talking about B doubles, did you know so many people in our region think truck and dogs are B doubles?
Sorry, what?
That so many people in our region think truck and dogs are B doubles.
That's what the point I'm making.
I know. My hubby does B doubles and trucks and dogs, and
but they're not
exactly. And
or,
he said
or a
to
rigid
me,
towing a tag trailer.
That's right. But people do believe that they are B doubles. So forgive those people. It's just they don't have a licence. They don't drive those vehicles. So
well, I think the people in Tweedshire that wrote the directive, B doubles, don't even know what a B double is.
Which is a bit of a problem, isn't it, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, I think the point is people also think truck and dogs are, you know...
B doubles.
No, just that they are big, heavy vehicles and they can be intimidating on small country rounding roads.
Truck
That's
is.
all. Very much so.
Look, I don't deny Bakers Road has some... it's not... It was a bullock track. It was originally it was put in to get... for the bullocks to get into town, the town of Wollumbar, because there was no bridge over the Tweed River at Byangum.
Yeah.
You know, even some of the crossings, 4 Mile crossing and 6 Mile crossing.
If in your perfect world, Mr. Jenkins, how many houses would you have on your 216
Well, we've got
acres?
3 sons, one for each son and their family.
Yeah.
And
maybe a farm stay.
Sorry?
And maybe a farm stay of some sort.
Oh, well, that's only a byproduct, it's not an intention. Our family of 5, Rhonda and I, and our 3 boys, are all desirous of living on the property.
And do all of your sons have off-farm income? Do they all have other jobs?
One does not. One does. And our eldest son has some health issues, and he derives the passive income from investments that have been offered to me, and I've sidestepped them and let him pick them up. So because of his health issues, he doesn't want to be dependent on the government or anything. He's built himself a passive income.
Great. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Chair, do you have some?
Thank you. Ms Hone, I guess that we've had a range of people come before us today, all from Mr Jenkins on one of the largest blocks within the Shire to some with much smaller rural housing desires, but in a much more constrained way. From the residents that you're hearing from, what do you think is the sweet spot, so to speak? And picking up a little bit from Ms Higginson's last question as well, as to where the line should be drawn in terms of what you can allow on a rural property, which would meet the needs of the community, but also maintain the rural landscape that you desire in the area.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think if residential properties with a tiny little backyard are allowed to have a second dwelling, why can't larger blocks in our more rural areas? Maybe it comes down to size. So if you've got a block that's smaller than 5 hectares, maybe there's a reduction in the size of home, secondary home that you're allowed to have. And then above that, you can have full scale. But at the end of the day, I think most people who own a rural block in Tweed, when the land value is as high as it is, want to be able to build a secondary home on that block to help their family. It's largely about family. The argument against Airbnbs and all of that, I very, very rarely hear. It's about family. It's about mums and dads supporting the next generation, or it's about people my age supporting their mums and dads. So I think at the end of the day, it is, again, the quickest, easiest, cheapest way to build homes. We're reducing the price of a home by $1 million, you know? So.
Well, while we've had an increase, of course, in terms of construction costs, typically it is the land value which is the most significant impediment when it comes to housing. But Mr Jenkins, I pick up in your discussion here before the committee, $200,000 spent on the planning process without, you know, the time.
My superannuation.
Superannuation. All going, that's just ridiculous. And to hear your description of what is a relatively, in the scheme of things, with no offence meant, a relatively small development where you have to talk about stages, and you know your third stage of the development when you literally are talking about additional dwellings. We're not talking about you know, a large construction.
Well, I'll give you one example. $10,000 cost as part of that 200. It was identified that there was a white-bellied sea eagle nest on our property, which we were well aware of and encouraged, but in the end, we've had to have surveyed and certain trees identified and protected for no development around those trees ever. In Cyclone Alfred, the sea eagle's nest got damaged because of the cyclone we had here, but no one thought to consider that. The sea eagles had actually built a new nest on another property on the other side of the river. And the only people that can now see it are ourselves, because it's not visual to any residential houses in the area, yet they're the ones that put the complaint up. $10,000 for a biodiversity report to prove to them the sea eagle nest was no longer habitated.
And that was going to be my question, Mr Jenkins. So most of that money went on to reports and consultants' reports?
Reports, yeah. Rural Fire Service, well, that's another one. Especially, Sue, if your father's involved in trucks.
No, it's my hubby.
Oh, husband, sorry.
Yeah.
We put in a 750 metre long concrete driveway that's a minimum of 3 metres wide, and in most places 3.5 metres wide. To meet the Rural Fire Service requirements, that driveway has to be 4.5 metres wide. There's no part of, if you double that for passing traffic, there's no part of Bakers Road, the road that's just had the load limit put on it, there's no part of that that is 9 metres wide. So technically the Rural Fire Service trucks can't get to our property apart from they're breaching the 4.5 tonne limit. And then they've got to go down this super highway, 4.5 metres wide. If you can't drive on a 3.5 metre wide and driveway in a rigid truck, you should hand your licence in.
Thank you, Mr Jenkins.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your evidence today. Thank you. We've found it valuable.
And illuminating. Thank you.
Can I make one last one-liner?
Please do.
Yes, you can.
Because you asked Kimberly about the ultimate aim, and I've used this phrase regularly. Our intention within our family unit on that property is to provide childcare to aged care on that property within our family unit.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much.
Sounds like a housing development to me.
Can I just add one last thing in conjunction with that? The more that we separate families and the more we don't allow families to support one another, the more our people have to rely on the government. This is a really great way of getting families to support one another, and so there's less reliance on the government. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much. Good way to conclude. So that does wrap up the public hearing today. So thank you very much, everybody.